Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The first thing I noticed when I moved into apartment 47B was the occasional drift of cool air that seemed to come from nowhere in particular. It was mid-October, that time of year when older buildings struggle between seasons, so I dismissed it as poor insulation. The 1960s high-rise had character, my realtor had said. Character, I would learn, was realtor speak for quirks you eventually accept. I had been living alone for the first time in my adult life, having finally escaped a relationship that had slowly hollowed me out over 7 years. The silence of my own space felt sacred. Even the occasional creaks and settling sounds of the building became a comforting rhythm, a reminder that I was finally completely alone. Or so I thought. My daily routine took shape gradually. Mornings began with coffee by the eastern window, where light spilled across my small breakfast table. I'd read for 30 minutes before showering and dressing for my job at the university library. Evenings were for cooking elaborate meals, a new hobby I'd adopted to fill the quieter hours, followed by streaming documentaries or calling my sister on the West Coast. 3 months into my tenancy, I began noticing small inconsistencies. A coffee mug I was certain I'd left by the sink appearing in the cabinet. My favorite sweater found folded differently than my usual technique. The bathroom door, which I habitually left open, sometimes closed when I returned home. I dismissed these occurrences as the forgetfulness that comes with living alone. When you have no one to witness your movements, no one to confirm your memories, you begin to doubt the most mundane details of your existence. The temperature in my bedroom was always slightly cooler than the rest of the apartment. The maintenance man, Mr. Galloway, a soft-spoken gentleman in his 60s with perpetually ink-stained fingers, suggested it might be an issue with the vent system. "These old buildings," he said, his voice a low, gravelly murmur, "they have all sorts of secrets in their bones." I hadn't thought much of his phrasing at the time. One Tuesday in January, I called maintenance about the increasingly cold temperature in my bedroom. Mr. Galloway arrived with his toolbox and aluminum ladder. I watched from the doorway as he climbed up and removed the metal grate covering the rectangular vent near my ceiling. His flashlight beam disappeared into the darkness above. Then came a silence so complete I could hear the ticking of my wristwatch. When Mr. Galloway finally spoke, his voice had taken on a quality I couldn't immediately identify. "Miss," he said slowly, "you might want to call the police." The responding officers were methodical, their movements careful and deliberate as they examined what Mr. Galloway had found. I stood in my living room, arms wrapped around myself, watching as they photographed and collected evidence. Inside the vent, a space that connected to a larger shaft running vertically through the building, they discovered what could only be described as a nest. A thin blanket folded with precision. Several candy wrappers, all from the same brand of chocolate I often kept in my bedside drawer. A water bottle. And most disturbing of all, a composition notebook. Detective Lansing, a woman with tired eyes and gentle hands, showed me the notebook while her partner continued processing the scene. The pages contained meticulous documentation of my days, times I left for work, what I wore, what I ate for dinner, phone conversations whoever she was, had overheard, transcribed with unsettling accuracy. "She always calls her sister at 9:15 p.m. on Sundays," one entry read. "She tells her she's happy now, but sometimes after they hang up she cries. I can hear it through the vent." The final page, dated just 3 days earlier, contained the sentence that would haunt my nights for years to come. She still doesn't know I'm here. The investigation revealed that a former maintenance worker, dismissed 6 months before I moved in, had kept an unauthorized key. 27-year-old Daniel Mercer had been living intermittently in the building's extensive ventilation system, a labyrinthine network of shafts and crawl spaces designed in an era before modern security concerns. He had observed at least 4 different tenants over 2 years, creating similar documentations for each. In each case, his notes grew increasingly familiar, increasingly possessive. Mine was the most extensive collection. The officers found no evidence that he had ever entered my apartment while I was home, though they couldn't rule out the possibility that he had come in during my absences. The lock on my door was changed that same day. The building management installed security cameras in the hallways the following week. Daniel Mercer was arrested 3 days later at a bus station 50 miles away. He offered no resistance. When questioned about his motives, he reportedly said only that he liked knowing people's patterns. He was found to have similar notebooks for 16 different individuals across 3 apartment buildings. The court psychologist would later testify that Mercer didn't see his actions as threatening or invasive. In his mind, he was simply an observer, collecting human behaviors like others might collect stamps or coins. This explanation offered little comfort. I stayed in apartment 47B for another month before breaking my lease. In that time, I never again slept in the bedroom. Instead, I made a temporary bed on my living room sofa, facing the front door, a newly purchased baseball bat within arm's reach. The hardest part wasn't the violation of privacy or even the fear. It was the realization that while I had been savoring my solitude, celebrating my independence, someone had been watching the most intimate moments of my reclaimed life. The quiet tears after phone calls home, the small triumphs of cooking a perfect meal for myself, the vulnerable moments of simply existing unobserved, or so I had believed. Years later, I still check the vents in any new place I live. I still sometimes wake in the night, certain I've heard the soft shuffle of movement overhead. The rational part of my brain knows these fears are remnants, echoes of a violation long past, but some part of me remains alert, listening. Because now I understand what Mr. Galloway meant about old buildings having secrets in their bones. Sometimes those secrets have eyes that watch you when you believe you're alone. Sometimes those secrets keep notebooks, recording the patterns of your life with dispassionate precision. Sometimes those secrets are waiting, just on the other side of a thin metal grate, breathing softly in the darkness. Story 2, I remember the day I found it. The afternoon light was slanting through my mother's attic windows, dust motes dancing in the golden beams as I sorted through cardboard boxes that hadn't been opened in years. The air was still and warm, the kind of warmth that makes your movements slow and deliberate. I was helping Mom downsize after Dad passed, a process neither of us was particularly eager to complete. The box was unmarked, unlike the others with their neat labels in my father's precise handwriting. Inside were stacks of photographs, some in albums with sticky pages that had long lost their adhesive, others loose and beginning to curl at the edges. I settled onto the wooden floor, cross-legged, and began to sort through them methodically. That's when I found the first one. It was a family barbecue from the summer of '97. I could tell from my brother's cast he'd broken his arm skateboarding that June. Everyone was gathered around the picnic table in the backyard of our old house on Maple Street. Mom was setting down a platter of corn on the cob. Dad was at the grill with his ridiculous King of Barbecue apron, and my sister and I were making faces at each other across the table. A perfectly ordinary family photograph. Except I didn't remember it being taken. And there, standing by the fence at the edge of our property, was a man I didn't recognize. At first I thought nothing of it, maybe a neighbor who had stopped by or one of Dad's colleagues from work, but something about his posture made me pause. He wasn't engaging with anyone, wasn't mid-conversation or holding a plate of food. He was just standing there, watching. His features were slightly blurred. He stood far enough back that the camera's focus had prioritized our family instead. I set it aside and continued sorting through the photographs, separating them into piles: Christmas, birthdays, vacations. About 20 minutes later, I found another one from that same summer. This time we were opening presents for my sister's birthday in the living room, and there he was again, visible through the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. Closer this time. I could make out that he was wearing a dark jacket despite the August heat. My fingers grew cold as I stared at his indistinct face. I didn't remember seeing him at my sister's birthday party. I would have remembered a stranger standing in our backyard, watching us through the glass. I began searching through the photos more urgently now, the methodical sorting forgotten. I found a third photograph from later that summer, my first day of sophomore year. Mom always insisted on taking pictures of us before school. In this one, I was standing at the end of our driveway in my new jeans and favorite t-shirt, backpack slung over one shoulder. And there he was again, standing across the street, closer. Close enough that I could see his face now, unremarkable in many ways, middle-aged, with dark hair graying at the temples, clean-shaven. But his eyes held something that made my stomach tighten. They were fixed directly on the camera, on whoever was taking the photo, on my mother. I called her upstairs immediately, my voice sounding strange and thin in the dusty attic. She climbed the stairs slowly. Her arthritis had been getting worse, and settled beside me on the floor with a soft grunt. "Mom, do you remember this man?" I asked, pointing to the figure by the fence in the first photo. She squinted at it, then reached for her reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck. "No, honey, I don't think so. One of your father's friends, maybe." I showed her the second photo, then the third. With each one her face grew more puzzled than concerned. "I don't remember him at all," she said finally. And I certainly would have noticed someone watching us like that. We dug through more photos together, our search now focused on finding this mysterious figure. We found him in a fourth photograph, this one from Halloween. I was helping my little brother with his superhero costume on the front porch, and there, standing at the edge of our front yard, was the man again, close enough now that he was fully in focus, close enough that I could see he was smiling. Not a friendly smile, the kind of smile that knows something you don't. "We need to call Richard," my mother said quietly, referring to my father's old partner on the police force. Her hands were trembling slightly as she gathered the 4 photographs. That evening, Richard sat at my mother's kitchen table, examining each photograph carefully under the bright overhead light. He was retired now, his once broad shoulders slightly stooped, but his eyes were still sharp and observant. "The thing is," he said slowly, "I don't remember seeing this guy either, and I was at both the barbecue and Sarah's birthday." He tapped the first 2 photographs, but there's something about him that seems familiar somehow. He pulled out his phone and took careful photos of each picture, promising to run them through some facial recognition software a buddy of his still on the force had access to. Probably nothing, he assured us. Maybe just someone who moved into the neighborhood briefly, but I'll check it out. 3 days later, Richard called and asked if he could come over. His voice sounded strange, tight with something I couldn't identify. When he arrived, he didn't sit down, just stood in my mother's living room, turning his coffee mug in his hands. "The system got a hit," he said finally. "The man in your photographs is Thomas Garrett." My mother frowned. That name doesn't sound familiar. "It wouldn't," Richard said, "but about 15 years ago, before I partnered with Dave, my first partner, and I worked a case. 3 families in a suburb about 20 miles from here. Each family found photographs in their possession they couldn't explain, pictures of family gatherings with this man in the background." The mug in my hands felt suddenly cold. In each case, the man appeared in a series of photos, always getting closer to the family, and in each case. Richard paused, looking uncomfortable. "In each case what?" my mother asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "In each case, within 2 months of discovering the final photograph, the closest one, someone in the family died. Accidents, all of them. A fall down the stairs, a car crash, a drowning, but all within 8 weeks of finding that last photo." The room seemed to grow dimmer around us, though the afternoon sun still streamed through the windows. "We never caught him," Richard continued, "never even figured out how he got the photos into the family's possessions. The case went cold when the incident stopped." "But that was 15 years ago," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "These photos are from almost 30 years ago." Richard nodded slowly, which means either he was active long before we knew about him, or someone else is doing the same thing now, my mother finished. We spent the next week installing new locks, a security system, cameras around the perimeter of the house. Richard came by each evening to check on us and review the camera footage. Nothing unusual appeared. Until yesterday. As I was helping Mom sort through another box of old photographs, this time from my grandmother's collection, we found one more. A Polaroid this time, clearly aged, the colors slightly faded. It showed my grandmother standing in front of her house, probably sometime in the early 1970s. And there he was, standing at the edge of the frame. The same man, not aged a day from the photos taken 25 years later, Thomas Garrett, or whatever his real name was. This morning, Richard called. The facial recognition software had found another match. A photograph from a police file dated 1958, a family portrait with a man standing in the background. The case was connected to 3 unexplained deaths. The man hadn't aged in 67 years. I'm writing this now from my mother's living room. The house is quiet except for the soft ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Mom is asleep upstairs. The security system is armed. The cameras are recording. Richard is parked outside in his personal car, keeping watch. But I can't shake the feeling that it won't matter, because we found the 5th photograph today, tucked inside a book I was reading, a book that hasn't left my side since I purchased it last week. In it, the man is standing inside this house, in the hallway outside this very room, looking directly at the camera. And he's close enough now that I can see his eyes clearly. They're not human eyes at all. I know I won't have much time left to find answers, but perhaps someone reading this might, because the strangest thing of all, as I examined the last photograph closely under the bright light of my phone, I noticed something in the background, reflected in the hallway mirror behind the man. It was me taking the picture. Story 3. I remember the day Meredith called me. Her voice carried that peculiar blend of excitement and unease, the kind that immediately makes you sit up straighter, even when you're alone in your office. I've been a private investigator in Portland for 15 years, and you develop a sense for when a case isn't going to be like the others. I found something in my house, she said, her words measured like she was still deciding whether to tell me at all. Something that shouldn't be there. The rain tapped gently against my office window as I listened, the gray afternoon light filtering through the blinds in thin, dusty stripes. I reached for my recorder, the quiet click of the button providing a small comfort in what was about to become one of the strangest cases of my career. She had purchased the house 8 months ago, a 1920s craftsman in a quiet neighborhood. Solid bones, the realtor had said, good history. The previous owners had been an elderly couple who lived there for 30 years before moving to Arizona. Nothing remarkable about the sale, nothing that would have raised any flags. I wanted a bigger shower, Meredith explained, her voice now steadier as if recounting facts made her feel more in control. The bathroom was outdated, and I started removing the old shower tiles myself last weekend. I could picture her there in a dust mask, prying off old ceramic with a hammer and chisel, expecting nothing more than plaster and pipes behind the wall. The tiles came off easily enough, she continued, but behind them I found something that wasn't in any of the house plans. A wooden door frame built directly into the foundation wall, sealed shut with what appeared to be decades-old plaster and paint, the kind of discovery that makes your skin prickle even before you understand why. I made my way to her house that afternoon. The neighborhood sat under a canopy of old maple trees, their leaves beginning to turn amber with the approaching fall. Porch lights were already coming on despite it being only late afternoon, casting warm glows against the gathering darkness. Meredith met me at the door. She was tall, with practical short hair and the steady hands of someone who worked with them, a physical therapist she'd mentioned in passing, not the type given to imagination or overreaction. "I've touched nothing since I found it," she said, leading me upstairs to the bathroom. The demolished shower was a mess of broken tile and exposed studs. The air smelled of old plaster and something else, a faint mustiness that spoke of spaces long undisturbed. And there it was, just as she'd described, a wooden door frame roughly 3 feet wide and 6 feet tall, built directly into what should have been a solid exterior wall. "I removed the plaster yesterday," she said quietly. The door was sealed behind it. The door itself was simple, weathered oak with a tarnished brass knob, no lock that I could see. I ran my fingers along the frame, feeling the roughness of the wood, testing its solidity. This wasn't some hastily constructed feature, this had been built with the house. "Have you opened it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from the tension in her shoulders. She nodded slowly. Last night I couldn't not know. I understood that feeling perfectly. The need to know is often stronger than fear. It's what makes witnesses talk eventually, what makes killers return to crime scenes, what makes people open doors they suspect might be better left closed. "Show me," I said. With visible reluctance, she reached forward and turned the knob. The door opened inward with surprising smoothness, as if someone had oiled the hinges recently. Behind it lay darkness and the first step of a narrow staircase, descending into what should have been solid earth beside the house foundation. I switched on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. The stairs continued down about 12 feet before reaching a small landing and making a sharp right turn. The walls were rough concrete, poured directly against the earth. No finishing, no paint, just raw construction. "This doesn't make any sense," I murmured. "This space doesn't exist on your house plans." "No," she agreed, "and it shouldn't exist at all. This side of the house backs up against the hill. There should be nothing but dirt out there." We descended slowly, the wooden steps creaking beneath our weight. The air grew noticeably cooler, carrying that distinctive underground scent, mineral-rich soil, mild dampness, isolation. The landing turned sharply, and the staircase continued another few feet before opening into a small room, perhaps 8 by 10 feet. My flashlight beam revealed concrete walls on all sides. No windows, no other doors. The floor was packed earth, smoothed by what appeared to be years of footsteps. Against the far wall sat a single plastic bucket, the kind you might buy at a hardware store, blue with a white handle. And inside the bucket, children's shoes, perhaps a dozen of them mismatched different sizes. Some appeared decades old, others newer. None were dirty or damaged, just collected, preserved. Meredith stayed on the bottom step, unwilling to fully enter the room. "I didn't touch anything," she said, "but there's more, on the wall to the right." I shifted my light. There, carved into the concrete wall with what must have been painstaking effort, was a name, Caroline Wheeler. The letters were deep, deliberate, approximately 6 inches tall. Below the name was a series of vertical marks like someone keeping count, 27 lines in total. I heard Meredith's breathing change behind me. "Wheeler," she said, "that's my maiden name." I turned to look at her, the flashlight beam momentarily catching her face, revealing an expression of controlled panic. "But I've never used that name in Oregon," she continued. "I married before I moved here. All my paperwork, my mortgage, everything is under Williams, Meredith Williams." "Then Caroline?" I asked. She shook her head, "No relation that I know of, but," her voice faltered, "my middle name is Carol, after my grandmother." The silence in that underground room felt physical then, pressing against my ears. The only sound was our breathing and the occasional settling of the house above us. I moved my flashlight methodically around the room, checking every corner, every inch of wall. There was nothing else, no furniture, no papers, nothing to explain the room's purpose or the collection of children's shoes. "When was this house built?" I asked. 1923, she replied. "The original owner was a doctor. After him, there were 3 families before the couple I bought it from." I crouched near the bucket, careful not to touch anything. The shoes were arranged neatly, not thrown in haphazardly. Some were very small, toddler-sized. Others might have fit older children, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. None appeared to be for children older than that. "We need to call the police," I said finally. 3 days later, the forensics team had finished their initial investigation. The room was professionally photographed, the bucket and its contents carefully catalogued and removed. Ground-penetrating radar was brought in to scan the earthen floor and surrounding soil. No human remains were found, no DNA evidence in the room besides what would be expected from Meredith's brief explorations. The shoes themselves were being processed, but initial reports suggested they spanned several decades, the oldest possibly from the 1950s, the newest perhaps only 5 or 6 years old. And Caroline Wheeler, a search of records showed a 7-year-old girl by that name had gone missing in 1951, just 3 blocks from Meredith's house. The case was never solved. The original case file contained a single black and white photograph of a solemn-faced child with dark hair and eyes that seemed to look through the camera rather than at it. The original owner of the house, Dr. Thomas Hargrove, had died in 1965. His practice had specialized in pediatric medicine. By all accounts, he was respected in the community, though former neighbors recalled him as reserved, private. No one remembered anything suspicious about him or the house. The detective assigned to the case, a methodical woman named Rivera, called me a week after our discovery. "We've identified 3 of the shoes," she said without preamble. "They belong to children reported missing between 1951 and 1983, all within a 10-mile radius of the house." The connection to Meredith's maiden name remained unexplained, a coincidence too unsettling to accept as mere chance, yet impossible to rationalize otherwise. She had no family connection to Portland prior to moving there 5 years ago. Her grandmother Carol, for whom she was partly named, had never set foot in Oregon. The investigation continues, but I find myself returning to that house often, standing in the remodeled bathroom where new tiles now cover the sealed doorway once again. Meredith couldn't bring herself to leave the housing market, she explained pragmatically, though we both knew it was something else, a need to be near the mystery, to watch over it perhaps. Sometimes in the quiet moments when I'm alone with my thoughts, I wonder about the 27 lines beneath Caroline Wheeler's name. 27 marks, 12 shoes in the bucket, numbers that don't align, pieces that don't fit together. And I think about names, how they connect us to our past, how they can reach across decades to tap us on the shoulder when we least expect it. How Meredith Williams was found by Caroline Wheeler across a gulf of 70 years. The case remains open. The shoes sit in evidence storage. The door behind the shower wall stays sealed. And sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, Meredith swears she can hear the faint sound of footsteps climbing wooden stairs that no longer lead anywhere. Story 4. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Janet Mercer's porch, illuminating the small navy backpack that sat innocuously beside her welcome mat. I remember studying the scene photographs later, how ordinary it looked, like a delivery someone had forgotten to bring to the door. Blue nylon against weathered gray wood, nothing that would make you look twice. But Janet Mercer looked twice. She hadn't ordered anything. I became involved with the case 3 days later. The precinct was quiet that morning, just the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the distant murmur of my colleagues discussing weekend plans. My coffee was still warm when Captain Harris placed a thin manila folder on my desk, the corner slightly dog-eared from being carried in his grip. "Detective Mason," he said, voice low enough that it didn't carry beyond my cubicle. "I think you should take a look at this one." The folder contained just a preliminary report and several photographs. Janet Mercer, 42, elementary school teacher, single, no children, a respected member of the community in the small town of Clarendon Hills. The backpack had been left on her porch sometime between 2:00 and 4:30 p.m. last Tuesday while she was at work. No security cameras on her property. No witnesses. What made this more than a simple misdelivery was what Janet found inside. A child's jacket, size 5T, navy blue with a small rocket ship embroidered on the chest. A child's toothbrush with cartoon characters still in its packaging. And a spiral-bound notebook filled with crayon drawings. The drawings were what brought me to Janet's door the next morning. The sky was overcast, threatening rain, and the neighborhood was quiet except for the rhythmic sprinklers watering immaculate lawns. Janet opened the door before I could knock. She'd been watching for me from her living room window, she later admitted. I haven't touched anything else, she told me, leading me to her dining room table where the backpack's contents were arranged with careful precision. I only went through it that once when I found it. I slipped on latex gloves, feeling the slight resistance as I stretched them over my fingers. The notebook lay open to the last page, where crude pencil lettering formed the message that had prompted the police involvement. Please take care of him this time. I don't understand, Janet said, her voice steady but thin. I don't have children. I've never had children. I turned through the notebook pages slowly. The drawings were exactly what you'd expect from a child around 5 or 6 years old. Stick figures with oversized heads, a house with a triangular roof and rectangular windows, flowers with petals like starbursts. But something about them made the hair on my arms stand up beneath my jacket sleeve. The house in the drawings was unmistakably Janet's, the distinctive bay window in front, the maple tree in the yard, even the wicker chair on the porch. Page after page showed the same house from different angles, some with a small stick figure standing outside, some with the figure looking out from a window. Mrs. Mercer, I asked, keeping my voice neutral, do you recognize the child who might have drawn these? She shook her head slowly, but I noticed her hands trembling slightly where they rested on the table. I teach 4th grade. These drawings are from someone much younger. I nodded and continued examining the items. The jacket, department store brand, widely available. The toothbrush, similarly common. No tags, no identifying marks. The backpack itself was empty otherwise, no manufacturer's label inside. Someone had removed it. As I photographed each item, Janet made tea. The gentle clink of china provided a soundtrack to my methodical documentation. When she returned with 2 steaming mugs, I was studying the last page again. Please take care of him this time, the implication being that there had been a first time. Mrs. Mercer, I said carefully, is there anything at all in your past that might connect you to a young boy, a relative's child perhaps, a student who was particularly attached to you? Janet wrapped both hands around her mug as if drawing warmth from it despite the mild temperature in the room. I've been thinking about that since I found it. I've taught hundreds of children over 15 years, detective. Many of them have been through difficult situations, foster care, family troubles. I've always tried to be there for them, but her voice trailed off. But you can't think of one specific child this might refer to. No, she said, then hesitated, although. I leaned forward slightly, waiting. There was a boy about 7 years ago, Tommy Westfield. He was in my class for just a few months before his family moved away. He became very attached to me during that time. His home situation wasn't good, suspected abuse, though nothing was ever proven. I reported my concerns to social services, but I don't know what came of it. I made a note in my small leather-bound notebook. Do you have any contact information for the family? No, they left suddenly. I remember Tommy was absent one day, and when I called home, the number was disconnected. I reported it, but she shrugged helplessly. He would be about 12 now, not 5 or 6. I nodded slowly. Could be a younger sibling. Over the next week, I dug into the Westfield family's history. They had moved frequently, 5 towns in 7 years, always leaving abruptly, sometimes in the middle of the night, according to former neighbors. There were scattered reports of welfare checks, but nothing substantiated. The father worked odd jobs in construction. The mother wasn't mentioned much in the reports I could access. And then there was Tommy, the oldest child, and apparently a younger brother, Ethan, who would now be around 6. I found a school photo of Tommy from his brief time in Janet's class. Solemn eyes, a tentative smile that didn't quite reach them. No photos of the younger brother anywhere in the system. 10 days after the backpack appeared, I was no closer to locating the Westfield family. Public records showed they had last lived in a small town about 2 hours north, but they had disappeared from there over a year ago. No new school enrollments, no change of address, no credit activity. Then Janet called me at the station, her voice tight with control. "Someone was in my house, Detective Mason." I drove there immediately, lights on but no siren. Janet met me at the door, composed but pale. I came home from school and noticed right away that things were different. Nothing major, just small things moved or rearranged. A book on the coffee table that I hadn't left there. The curtains in the guest room slightly open when I always keep them closed. We walked through the house together. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing, just those subtle disturbances that most people might not even notice. In the guest bedroom, Janet froze beside me. "That wasn't there before," she whispered. On the nightstand was a small toy car, bright red with yellow wheels. I bagged it as evidence, noting the lack of dust on its surface. It had been placed there recently. "I'd like to place a surveillance team on your house," I told Janet, "and I think you should consider staying somewhere else for a few days." She shook her head firmly. "No, if this is about Tommy or his brother, I want to be here. I failed that boy once, Detective. I'm not doing it again." The surveillance team was in place by nightfall, 2 officers in an unmarked car down the street, and me in my sedan across from Janet's house. I watched as her silhouette moved behind curtains, preparing for bed. The lights went out one by one until only the porch light remained, casting a small pool of yellow onto the steps. The night stretched long. I sipped cold coffee and rotated through radio stations quietly as the neighborhood settled into silence. At 2:14 a.m., a movement caught my eye, a shadow separating from the darkness between houses. A small figure hunched against the night chill crept slowly toward Janet's porch. Not an adult, the height and movements were all wrong. A child. I radioed the other officers to hold position and slipped quietly from my car. The figure reached Janet's steps, unaware of my approach. "Hello," I said softly, staying a few yards back. The child startled like a deer, frozen in indecision. A boy, small for what I guessed to be about 6 years old. Dark hair cut unevenly, as if someone had done it at home without much skill. He wore the navy jacket that matched the one from the backpack. "Are you Ethan?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. His eyes widened. He clutched something tighter against his chest, a folded paper. "I'm a police officer," I said, showing my badge slowly. "I'm here to help. Is that for Mrs. Mercer?" The front door opened before he could answer, spilling light onto the porch. Janet stood there in a bathrobe, her expression a complex mixture of shock and something else, recognition. "Tommy," she whispered. Not Ethan, Tommy, older than his school photo, but still small, still with those same solemn eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice barely audible. "I didn't know where else to go." Janet moved forward slowly, as if approaching a wild animal that might bolt. "Where's your family, Tommy?" Gone, a single word that contained volumes. Mom left last year. Dad, he swallowed hard. Dad said I'm old enough to be on my own now. He took Ethan with him. The paper in his hands shook slightly. I tried to take care of him, I really did, but Dad wouldn't let me bring him here, so I left his things instead, hoping. His voice broke. The drawings are his. He did them from the pictures I showed him of your house. I told him you were nice. Janet knelt on the porch steps, eye level with the boy she had tried to help years ago. Oh, Tommy. Over the next few hours, as social services were called and arrangements made, the story emerged in pieces. How Tommy had remembered Mrs. Mercer as the one adult who had noticed, who had tried to help. How he had found her again after his father had abandoned him 3 weeks earlier, taking only the younger brother. How he had been watching the house, working up the courage to ask for help, leaving his brother's belongings as a test to see if she would call the police or simply throw them away. The backpack was a message, and Janet had received it. 2 months later, we located Ethan and his father in a town near the state line. The father was arrested for child abandonment and neglect. Ethan, shy but intact, was reunited with his brother in foster care. Janet visited them regularly. I still drive by her house sometimes on my way home. The wicker chair is still on the porch, but now there's often a small bicycle leaning against the railing as well. Some cases change you, leave marks on your soul that never fully fade, and some leave something better in their place, something like hope. Sometimes the backpack left on a porch isn't the beginning of a mystery. It's the end of one child's lonely journey and the start of something else entirely. Story 5. I've always prided myself on being observant. As a former journalist turned private investigator, it's part of the job description. But what happened at the Somerset Apartments last winter still haunts me, not because of what was found, but because of all the things we missed for so long. It began with water, a slow, persistent drip that formed a small constellation of stains on Sarah Mercer's ceiling. Sarah lived in apartment 2C, a modest one-bedroom on the east side of the building. She'd been there for 3 years, keeping mostly to herself, teaching piano lessons from home and occasionally nodding hello in the hallway. She wasn't the type to complain, but when the water spots began spreading across her bedroom's ceiling like a slow-motion Rorschach test, she finally called the building superintendent. I remember standing in her apartment that afternoon. Tom Garcia, the building's superintendent for 15 years, told me later. His voice was soft, almost apologetic. Looking up at those stains, I figured it was just a leaky pipe, something simple. God, I wish it had been that simple. The apartment above Sarah's was 3C according to the building records. It had been leased to a woman named Alina Blackwood for the past 6 months. Monthly rent payments arrived like clockwork, always in cash, always in an envelope slipped under the management office door on the first of the month. That's the thing that gets me, Tom said, rubbing his weathered hands together. In all those months, I never once saw her, never heard a complaint, never got a maintenance request. It was like the apartment was empty, but the rent kept coming. When Tom knocked on the door of 3C that rainy Tuesday afternoon, he expected no answer. He tried before, whenever he needed to check smoke detectors or replace air filters. This time was no different. Silence greeted his knuckles against the wood. After 3 attempts, he used his master key and pushed the door open. The air, he whispered to me months later, still visibly disturbed by the memory. It wasn't stale like you'd expect in an empty apartment. It was lived in, but different, like someone had been there moments before I arrived. The space was almost entirely empty, no furniture except for a sleeping bag neatly rolled in one corner of the living room. No clothes in the closet, no food in the refrigerator. The bathroom contained a single toothbrush and a bar of soap, nothing else. In the bedroom, Tom found the source of the leak, a slowly dripping bathroom pipe that had been intentionally loosened. Beside it lay a digital audio recorder and a small waterproof case containing dozens of memory cards, each meticulously labeled with dates. I shouldn't have touched anything, Tom admitted to me, but curiosity got the better of me. I picked up the recorder and pressed play. What he heard made him drop the device as if it had burned him. Sarah Mercer's voice, crystal clear, having what sounded like a private phone conversation. "Hello, yes, Mom, I got the package. Thanks for sending those photos." Tom immediately called the police. I became involved 3 days later when Sarah contacted me, desperate to understand what had happened. By then, the police had collected the recorder and memory cards as evidence. Their preliminary investigation revealed something profoundly unsettling. Alina Blackwood didn't exist. The ID used to rent the apartment was fake. The social security number belonged to a woman who died 15 years earlier, and the references had never heard of her. "I feel violated," Sarah told me, her fingers trembling around her coffee cup as we sat in her apartment. The ceiling had been repaired, but she kept glancing up at it nervously. To think someone was up there, listening to everything. The memory cards contained hundreds of hours of recordings, all of Sarah's phone conversations, spanning back 6 months. Every call she'd made or received had been captured by listening devices planted throughout her apartment. The techs found 19 microphones, Detective Lena Morgan explained when I met with her at the precinct. She spread photographs across her desk showing tiny wireless devices hidden in light fixtures, behind outlet covers, and beneath furniture. Whoever did this wasn't amateur. These are high-grade, long-battery surveillance tools. What was most disturbing wasn't just the meticulous collection of Sarah's conversations, but the organization. The memory cards weren't simply recordings. They had been cataloged, transcribed, and annotated. Particular conversations were marked with timestamps and notes. Potential vulnerability. Mentioned trip to Colorado. Financial difficulties. Exploitable. "It's not just eavesdropping," Detective Morgan said, her voice flat but her eyes revealing concern. "It's systematic research. This person was studying her." The building's security cameras had been of little help. The footage showed only a hooded figure entering the building once a month, face always angled away from cameras, to deliver the rent envelope. Height and build suggested a woman, but nothing was certain. A more thorough search of apartment 3C revealed something else hidden inside a wall vent, a detailed floor plan of Sarah's apartment with multiple entry points highlighted. There were notes about her schedule, when she typically showered, when she took sleeping pills, which window had a faulty lock. The working theory, Detective Morgan explained, is that this individual was planning something. The surveillance, the mapping, it points to preparation for a more direct intrusion. The case took an unexpected turn when fingerprint analysis from the sleeping bag returned a match. Vanessa Kramer, a former patient at Westridge Psychiatric Hospital who had disappeared 18 months earlier. Her discharge notes indicated paranoid tendencies and an obsession with a piano teacher who had stolen her music, a delusion without any factual basis according to her doctors. Sarah confirmed she had never taught anyone by that name. "I've been checking my student records going back years," she told me, her eyes hollow from lack of sleep. "I've never met this woman. Why would she fixate on me?" The answer came from an unlikely source. A music competition program from 5 years earlier showed Sarah had won first place in a regional piano competition. The runner-up was Vanessa Kramer. They had never met, their performances had been scheduled hours apart, but in Vanessa's fragile mental state, she had constructed an elaborate narrative around Sarah as a rival who had somehow wronged her. The police intensified their search for Vanessa, but she seemed to have vanished completely after abandoning apartment C. The surveillance equipment had been removed, the leak repaired, but Sarah couldn't bring herself to stay in her apartment. "Every sound makes me jump now," she admitted. "I keep imagining someone above me, listening, watching, waiting. Even if they catch her, I can't live with those memories." 3 weeks later, when Sarah was staying with her sister in another state, the Somerset Apartments experienced a small fire in the boiler room. Security footage showed a hooded figure slipping into the building through a service entrance minutes before the alarm sounded. In the chaos of evacuation, someone broke into Sarah's apartment. Nothing was taken. Instead, something was left. A single sheet of handwritten musical notation placed on her piano bench. At the top, in careful script, were the words, "The piece you stole from me." Detective Morgan called me the day they found Vanessa Kramer. She had rented another apartment, this time directly across the street from the Somerset, with a clear view of Sarah's former windows. When officers entered, they discovered walls covered with photos of Sarah taken through telephoto lenses, transcripts of her conversations arranged in chronological order, and a collection of personal items clearly taken from her apartment: hairbrushes, used coffee cups, mail that Sarah had reported missing. "She's in custody now," Morgan told me, "getting the psychiatric evaluation and treatment she needs." But the case has left its mark on everyone involved. Sarah never returned to her apartment, choosing instead to relocate to another city and change her name. Tom Garcia installed additional security measures throughout the building and now personally vets every tenant application. The residents of Somerset formed a neighborhood watch program. As for me, I find myself looking up more often now, wondering about the silent spaces above us and what might be happening in the empty apartments we pass every day. Sometimes it's the absence we should notice most, the neighbor who was never seen, the footsteps never heard, the person who exists only as an envelope slipped under a door once a month. Because in that silence, in that invisibility, someone might be listening to every word you say, learning your patterns, and waiting for the perfect moment to make themselves known. Story 6. I remember the morning clearly. The kind of autumn day where the air feels like cool silk against your skin, and everything is quiet except for the occasional rustle of falling leaves. My coffee was still warm in my hands as I gazed out the kitchen window watching Rusty, my 10-year-old golden retriever, circling the old oak tree in the backyard. There was something unusual about his behavior. He wasn't playfully chasing squirrels or sniffing around for the sake of curiosity. No, he was fixated, determined, barking with a persistence I hadn't heard from him before. "It's probably just a rabbit," I murmured to myself, but something in his tone, something urgent and almost afraid, made me set down my mug and slide open the patio door. The grass was still wet with dew as I crossed the yard. Rusty barely acknowledged my presence, which was strange for a dog who typically greeted me as if I'd been gone for years even when I'd just stepped outside. He continued pawing at the ground beneath the sprawling oak, the tree that had been there long before I purchased the house 3 years ago. "What is it, boy?" I asked, my voice sounding oddly hollow in the morning stillness. The neighborhood was waking up around us, a car starting in a driveway down the street, the distant slam of a front door, but in my yard, under the canopy of orange and red leaves, It felt like we existed in our own bubble of time. Rusty whimpered, his paws now frantically digging into the soil. I knelt beside him, the knees of my jeans soaking through from the damp earth, and that's when I saw it, something metallic catching the filtered sunlight. Just the corner of something flat and rectangular, buried several inches beneath the surface. "Stop, Rusty," I commanded gently, pushing his excited body aside. I continued the excavation with my bare hands, dirt wedging beneath my fingernails as I carefully cleared away the soil. A minute later, I was staring down at what appeared to be a license plate, its blue and white paint barely visible beneath a thick coating of rust and something else, something darker, browner, dried, caked. My stomach tightened as I carefully lifted it from its earthen grave. The plate was bent at one corner, as if it had been forcibly removed, and there was no mistaking what had stained its surface. Blood, old blood, but blood nonetheless, mixed with soil and time. I sat back on my heels, holding this bizarre artifact, while Rusty continued to sniff and paw at the hole, as if certain there was more to be found. My fingers traced the embossed numbers and letters, trying to make them out through the corrosion. LL7249 be a sequence that meant nothing to me then, but would soon come to mean everything. The local police station smelled of burnt coffee and industrial cleaner. Officer Meredith, a woman with tired eyes and a methodical way of moving, sat across from me at a metal desk that had seen better days. She typed my statement into an ancient computer, the keys clicking rhythmically as I explained how my dog had unearthed the license plate. "And you said it appeared to have blood on it?" she asked, her tone professional but tinged with what sounded like skepticism. "Yes," I replied, shifting uncomfortably in the hard plastic chair. "Dried blood, quite a lot of it actually." She nodded, typing a few more notes before picking up the evidence bag containing the plate. "We'll need to confirm that with testing, of course. The plate itself we can run through the system right away." I watched as she carried it to another officer, a heavy-set man with salt and pepper hair who squinted at it through reading glasses. Their conversation was brief, hushed, but I could detect a shift in the room's energy, a subtle tensing that made the hair on my arms stand up. Officer Meredith returned, her previous skepticism replaced by something more alert, more focused. "Ms. Reynolds, we're going to run this through our database. Would you mind waiting here for a little while longer?" I nodded, though a feeling of unease was beginning to crawl up my spine. Something about the way the other officers were now glancing in my direction, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and caution. 43 minutes passed. I counted every one of them on the wall clock that ticked just a bit too loudly. When Officer Meredith finally returned, she wasn't alone. A tall man in plain clothes with a detective's badge clipped to his belt accompanied her. "Ms. Reynolds, I'm Detective James Harlow," he said, extending his hand. His grip was firm, professional. "We've identified the license plate you found." "That's good," I said, forcing a smile that wasn't returned. "It belonged to a 2006 Honda Civic reported missing 5 years ago, along with its driver, a Mr. Daniel Freeman." I nodded slowly, processing this information. A missing person, a missing car, a buried license plate with blood on it. The pieces were fitting together into a picture I didn't want to see. "The thing is, Ms. Reynolds," Detective Harlow continued, his voice measured, careful, "when we checked the registration history of the vehicle, we found something unusual." The pause that followed seemed to stretch for an eternity. I realized I was holding my breath. The vehicle was re-registered 6 months after Mr. Freeman's disappearance. New owner. He slid a piece of paper across the desk toward me. According to our records, it was registered to you. The interrogation room was smaller than I expected, or maybe it just felt that way as the walls seemed to inch closer with each passing hour. They'd taken my fingerprints, offered me water that I couldn't bring myself to drink, and asked me questions I couldn't possibly answer. How could a license plate belonging to a missing man's car be buried in my backyard? How could that same car be registered in my name when I had no memory of ever owning a Honda Civic? Where was the car now? Did I know Daniel Freeman? My answers were all variations of the same bewildered denial. No, I didn't know him. No, I never owned that car. No, I had no idea how the plate ended up in my yard. I've only lived in that house for 3 years, I explained for what felt like the 100th time. The plate looked like it had been buried much longer than that. Detective Harlow nodded thoughtfully, making notes in a small black notebook. The previous owners were the Millersons. They lived there for 22 years before downsizing to a condo in Florida. We're contacting them now. I felt a small surge of relief. Surely the Millersons could explain this. Maybe they'd buried the plate for some reason. Maybe they knew Daniel Freeman. Maybe this whole bizarre situation had nothing to do with me at all. But then Detective Harlow slid another document across the table, a printout of a driver's license. Daniel Freeman's driver's license, showing a man in his early 30s with kind eyes and the beginning of a receding hairline. "Do you recognize him?" Harlow asked, his voice gentle but probing. I stared at the photo, waiting for a flicker of recognition, a memory, anything. There was nothing. And yet, something about his eyes seemed vaguely familiar, like a face glimpsed in a crowd and then forgotten. "I don't think so," I said hesitantly. "Maybe I passed him on the street once, I don't know." Harlow's expression didn't change, but I sensed a shift in his assessment of me. "We've put in a request for a search warrant for your property. Standard procedure in cases like this." Cases like this, missing persons, potential homicides, license plates stained with blood. My life had transformed in the space of a morning from mundane to nightmarish. "Of course," I said, my voice sounding distant even to myself. "Whatever you need." They found the car 3 days later, not in my yard, but in an abandoned storage unit 20 miles away. A storage unit rented under the name Emily Reynolds, my name, but with a signature that didn't match my own. The Honda Civic was mostly intact, though the license plate was missing, of course. The interior had been meticulously cleaned, but luminol tests revealed traces of blood on the passenger seat and floor mat, blood that would later be confirmed as belonging to Daniel Freeman. I was brought back in for further questioning, now with a lawyer present, a stern woman named Ms. Patel who advised me to say nothing beyond reiterating my innocence. But there was more. Bank records showed a cash withdrawal from my account the day after Daniel disappeared, $4,000 that I had no memory of taking out. Security footage from the bank had long since been erased. The Millersons, when finally reached in Naples, Florida, confirmed they'd never known a Daniel Freeman and had no knowledge of anything buried beneath the oak tree. "Identity theft," Ms. Patel suggested firmly. "Someone stole your identity to cover up their crime." It was the most logical explanation, but Detective Harlow seemed unconvinced. There were too many coincidences, too many threads leading back to me, threads I couldn't explain or understand. They released me, but I wasn't free. Not really. The investigation continued with me at its center, a person of interest in a case I knew nothing about. My house became a fishbowl, with neighbors watching from behind curtains and reporters occasionally driving by, hoping for a statement or a photo. Rusty was my only constant, my only comfort. At night, when sleep evaded me, I would find myself staring out at that oak tree, wondering what other secrets might be buried in my yard, in my life. 6 weeks later, they arrested someone else. Jonathan Mills, a former colleague of Daniel Freeman's who had apparently harbored an obsession with Daniel's girlfriend, now his widow. Financial records revealed he'd paid a hacker to steal my identity shortly after the murder, creating a complex web of misdirection. The details were laid out for me by Detective Harlow over coffee, a sort of apology for the weeks of suspicion and scrutiny. Mills had killed Freeman in a fit of jealous rage, hidden the car using my stolen identity, and buried the bloodied license plate in what was then the Millersons' yard, assuming it would never be found. Why my yard, I asked, the question that had haunted me for weeks. Harlow sipped his coffee before answering. Pure coincidence, it seems. Mills used to be a landscaper for the neighborhood before getting the job at Freeman's company. The Millersons were on his route. He knew their routines, knew when it was safe to bury evidence on their property. I nodded slowly, absorbing this information that should have brought relief but somehow didn't. There was still one piece missing. And the car registration, how did that happen? Harlow's expression darkened slightly. Mills had an accomplice at the DMV. We're still investigating that angle. I should have felt closure, vindication, freedom from suspicion. Instead, I felt a lingering unease, a sensation that things had been too neatly resolved. That night I sat on my back porch, watching Rusty sniff around the oak tree in the fading light. He no longer dug there, no longer barked with that strange urgency. Whatever had called to him had been silenced. But as I sipped my tea, I couldn't shake the feeling that Daniel Freeman's license plate had found its way to me for a reason. That somehow, in ways I couldn't begin to understand, our lives had been connected by more than just a criminal's random choice. I run my fingers over the scar on my left wrist, a thin white line from a childhood accident I barely remember. Sometimes I dream of a car crash, of metal tearing and glass shattering. Sometimes I dream of a man with kind eyes and a receding hairline asking me if I'm okay. And sometimes, in the moments between waking and sleeping, I wonder if there are memories buried in my mind as deeply as that license plate was buried in my yard, waiting for something or someone to dig them up. Story 7. I remember the first time I visited the Ashton house like it was yesterday. The late afternoon light filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. The house had been on the market for 8 months before Sarah Connolly purchased it, a Victorian-style home on the outskirts of Millfield, with more rooms than a single woman could possibly need. A bargain, she had told me, impossible to pass up despite its distant location from downtown. "I've never shown you the guest room," Sarah said that evening as we finished our wine. Her voice had a casual lilt to it, but something in her eyes seemed to tighten ever so slightly. "It's all set up, though I don't get many visitors out here." The room was on the second floor at the end of a long hallway. Wallpaper with faded blue stripes covered the walls. A quilted bedspread lay perfectly smooth over the bed, and a small desk sat beneath the window that overlooked the backyard and the dense tree line beyond. But what caught my attention was the small white device sitting on the nightstand, a baby monitor, its power light glowing a soft green. "That's interesting," I said, pointing to the monitor, "planning for something you haven't told me about." Sarah's laugh was quick, dismissive. "It came with the house. The previous owners left it behind. I've been meaning to remove it, but I keep forgetting." She ran her finger along the edge of the desk, disturbing a thin film of dust. "I hardly ever come in here anyway." I didn't think much of it then. People leave all sorts of things behind when they move. But that night, as the wind whistled through the trees outside and Sarah slept in her bedroom down the hall, I couldn't help but stare at the small green light. In the darkness, it seemed to pulse, though I knew it was just my imagination playing tricks. It was 3 in the morning when it happened. The static that had been barely audible suddenly cleared. I heard it first as a whisper, so faint I thought I might have dreamed it. Then it came again, clearer this time. "She's here now, the one you told me about." I froze, my body rigid under the covers. The voice was soft, childlike, but with an unsettling clarity that cut through the darkness. Then came the sound of breathing, slow, measured, deliberate, before the monitor fell silent again. I didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. When morning came, I made an excuse about an early meeting and left before Sarah had finished her first cup of coffee. Detective Marshall Adams had been with the Millfield Police Department for 17 years when I walked into his office 3 weeks later. His desk was organized chaos, stacks of manila folders, post-it notes attached to the edges of his computer monitor, a half-empty cup of coffee leaving a ring on a notepad. "So you're telling me you heard a voice through a baby monitor in a house with no children," he said, his pen hovering above his notepad, "and now your friend is missing." I nodded, my hands wrapped around a paper cup of water that had gone warm. "Sarah hasn't answered her phone in 5 days. She missed a lunch date, didn't show up to work. Her boss called me because I'm listed as her emergency contact." Adams leaned back in his chair. The leather creaked under his weight. "Ms. Connolly purchased that house 8 months ago, correct? Has she mentioned anything unusual about it?" "Only that it was a good deal, too good to pass up." Adams nodded slowly, writing something down. "The Ashton house has a history. The previous owners, the Petersons, left rather suddenly. Their daughter Lily would have been 7 this year." The way he said it would have made my skin prickle. "What happened to her?" I asked. "She disappeared from her bedroom 3 years ago. The case is still open." Adams flipped through a file on his desk. "The parents reported hearing voices through the baby monitor they kept in her room. They thought it was interference at first. Then they heard a voice say their daughter's name." The office suddenly felt too small, the air too thick. "We searched that house top to bottom," Adams continued. "Never found a trace of Lily. The parents moved away 6 months later. The house sat empty until your friend bought it." The Ashton house looked different when we returned that afternoon. Detective Adams had obtained a warrant based on Sarah's disappearance and the connection to the previous case. 2 patrol cars were parked in the driveway, their lights off. Officers moved methodically through the rooms, their voices low murmurs against the creaking of the old house. "Nothing seems disturbed," Adams noted as we walked through the kitchen. "No signs of a struggle. Her car is still in the garage. Her purse and phone are on the counter. It's as if she just walked away." I followed him upstairs to the guest room. The baby monitor still sat on the nightstand, its green light glowing steadily. Adams picked it up, turning it over in his hands. "Standard model," he said, "but there's something off about it. He pressed a button and static filled the room. We both stood perfectly still, listening. Nothing. These things are supposed to be paired with a transmitter, Adams said. The receiving unit picks up sounds from the transmitter in another room, but there's no transmitter unit in this house. We've checked everywhere. I felt a chill run down my spine. Then what was I hearing that night? Adams didn't answer immediately. He set the monitor down and walked to the closet, sliding the door open, empty except for a few wire hangers. He knelt down, running his hand along the baseboard. There's something here, he said, his voice tight. I watched as he pulled out a small knife from his pocket and carefully pried at a section of the baseboard. It came away easily, revealing a small cavity in the wall. Inside was a piece of yellowed paper. Adams carefully removed it, unfolding it on the bed. Childish drawings covered the page, stick figures of what appeared to be a family, a house, trees. But what drew my attention was the writing at the bottom in crayon, the letters uneven and sloped. She listens to me, the lady in the walls. She knows where to find you. The investigation into Sarah's disappearance continued for months. Ground-penetrating radar revealed nothing unusual beneath the house or in the surrounding property. The walls were opened up in several places, the floorboards lifted, but Sarah was nowhere to be found. What they did find, hidden in a hollow space behind the walls of the master bedroom, were dozens of small toys, dolls with missing limbs, tiny cars with broken wheels, fragments of what appeared to be a child's jewelry box, and more drawings similar to the one we found in the guest room, all with the same message about the lady in the walls. Sarah's case file remains open alongside Lily Peterson's. Detective Adams calls me occasionally with updates, though they're becoming less frequent as time passes. The Ashton house sits empty once again, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard. Sometimes I dream about that night in the guest room, the soft static of the monitor, the whispered voice, the breathing. In my dreams, I always get up and follow the sound, walking down the hallway to Sarah's room. I open the door, but it's not her bedroom anymore. It's a child's room with a small bed and toys scattered across the floor. And there's a little girl sitting in the corner, drawing on a piece of paper. She looks up at me and smiles. She's here now, she says, the one I told you about. And from somewhere in the walls, I hear Sarah's voice whisper back, I've been waiting for you. I wake up then, always heart pounding, the memory of the baby monitor's green light burning behind my eyelids. And I wonder if I had gotten up that night, if I had gone to check on Sarah, would she still be here? Or would I, too, be speaking from somewhere within the walls of the Ashton house, my voice carried through the static of a monitor that shouldn't work at all? The case remains unsolved, but sometimes late at night, I think about that baby monitor still sitting on the nightstand in the empty house, and I wonder who else might be listening. Story 8, I still remember the smell of that alley, rain-soaked concrete mingled with the acrid scent of garbage that had been sitting too long in the summer heat. It was late June when I first encountered the suitcase, abandoned behind a rusted dumpster on the edge of Rosewood District. At first glance, it looked like nothing special, just another discarded item, worn brown leather with tarnished metal clasps, the kind of thing you'd walk past without a second thought. But I didn't walk past. Maybe it was the way it sat there, perfectly aligned with the edge of the dumpster, as if placed with intention rather than tossed away. Or perhaps it was the small label still attached to the handle, bearing no name but a series of numbers that seemed to glow faintly in the dimming evening light. Whatever it was, something made me stop. Something made me look closer. The suitcase wasn't locked. That detail would become significant later, considering what I found inside. When I lifted the lid, the hinges gave a soft, almost musical creak. Inside, nestled in neat rows like sleeping metal insects, were dozens of padlocks, each one different: brass, steel, copper, some new and gleaming, others tarnished with age. But it wasn't the locks themselves that made my breath catch in my throat. It was the tags attached to each one. Each tag bore a name and a word. Michael Harmon kept, Eleanor Weiss rejected, Thomas Fuller open. My fingers moved slowly across the cool metal surfaces, feeling the weight of each lock, the texture of each tag. The paper was thick, expensive, the kind used for wedding invitations. The handwriting was meticulous, each letter formed with precise, measured strokes. I remember checking my watch, 6:43 p.m. The sky was turning that peculiar shade of purple that hangs between day and night. I should have called it in immediately. Standard procedure for found items of a suspicious nature. Instead, I kept looking through the locks, feeling a strange, almost magnetic pull toward them. Then I saw it, a lock near the bottom corner, smaller than the others. Older, the tag read, Marlene Wilson, ready. Wilson, my last name. I don't have many family members named Marlene, just one, in fact, my grandmother. She'd passed away 3 years earlier. The lock was warm to the touch, unlike the others. As I held it, I noticed something else, a small envelope tucked beneath the final row of locks. Inside was a single photograph and a key. The photograph showed a park bench, empty, nothing remarkable except for the small plaque visible on its backrest, in memory of those who wait. The key was old, tarnished brass with an intricate pattern along its shaft. I carefully placed everything back in the suitcase and finally called it in. Detective Sam Reeves arrived 20 minutes later, by which time the streetlights had flickered on, casting long shadows across the alley. Well, he said, kneeling beside the open suitcase. Never seen anything quite like this before. He was an older man, late 50s, with the kind of face that had seen too much but hadn't hardened from it. His fingers, calloused but gentle, picked up one of the locks. Nathaniel Green, kept. What do you think it means? I asked, my voice sounding distant, even to my own ears. Not sure yet, he replied, but I don't like it, not one bit. He looked up at me, his eyes narrowing slightly. You said one of these had your family name. I nodded and pointed to the lock in question. Marlene Wilson, my grandmother's name. Reeves was silent for a long moment. When did she pass? 3 years ago. He nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. We'll need to verify the other names too, see if there's a pattern. The case file was created that night. 6734B, the locksmith case. They called it unofficially around the precinct. The suitcase was logged into evidence, and a team was assembled to track down the individuals named on the locks. Within 48 hours, we had our first pattern. Every name on a lock tagged, kept, belonged to someone who had disappeared within the last 5 years. 7 names, 7 unsolved missing persons cases. The rejected locks, 15 of them, belonged to individuals who had been found deceased, all ruled as suicides, all within the last decade. The open locks, 12 in total, belonged to living individuals scattered throughout the city. None of them knew each other. None of them could identify any connection between themselves. And then there were 2 locks labeled ready. My grandmother's was one. The other belonged to a man named Howard Fitch. I sat at my desk the following evening, staring at the photograph of the park bench as rain tapped gently against the windows of the precinct. The soft yellow glow of my desk lamp cast shadows across the case files spread before me. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking time with quiet persistence. Wilson Reeves's voice was soft behind me. "Go home, get some rest." I shook my head. "I can't, not yet." I held up the photograph. "We need to find this bench." Reeves sighed, pulling up a chair beside me. "Already working on it. Parks Department is checking their records for benches with memorial plaques." "And Howard Fitch, any leads?" "Nothing concrete yet. 67 years old, retired accountant, lives alone in Westview Apartments, no criminal record. Neighbors describe him as quiet, keeps to himself." I nodded slowly, my eyes drawn back to the photograph. Something about that empty bench seemed to whisper promises of answers, of connections, of understanding. Or maybe it was just my imagination, stretched thin by too many hours without sleep. The bench was identified the next morning. Oakwood Park, northeastern corner, partially hidden by a stand of old maple trees. I arrived just as dawn was breaking, the early morning light filtering through leaves, casting dappled shadows on the weathered wood. The plaque was exactly as shown in the photograph, in memory of those who wait. I sat down, feeling the cool wood beneath my hands. From this vantage point, I could see most of the park, the winding paths, the children's playground, the small pond where ducks glided silently across the still water. It was peaceful, serene, hard to reconcile with the unease that had settled in my stomach since finding the suitcase. As I sat there watching the park slowly come to life with early morning joggers and dog walkers, I noticed something carved into the armrest of the bench. Small, almost invisible unless you were looking for it, a series of numbers. 7-15-20-2418. I traced them with my finger, feeling the shallow grooves in the wood. Not a date, a code perhaps, or coordinates. My phone rang, startling me. It was Reeves. "Wilson, where are you?" "At the bench. I found something." "Get back to the station, now." His voice was tight, controlled. Something had happened. "What is it?" A pause. "Howard Fitch is dead." The world seemed to tilt slightly on its axis. How? Suicide apparently left a note, and Wilson, another pause. He left something for you. I was back at the station within 30 minutes. Howard Fitch's apartment had been processed as a crime scene, though preliminary evidence pointed to suicide. Pills, a glass of whiskey, a carefully written note, and a small package wrapped in brown paper and twine, with my name written on it in the same meticulous handwriting as the tags on the locks. Reeves watched as I carefully unwrapped it. Inside was a key, old brass with an intricate pattern along its shaft, identical to the one found in the suitcase. "There's something else," Reeves said quietly, sliding a plastic evidence bag across the desk. Inside was a small piece of paper, the note left by Fitch. It contained just 3 lines. "The locks keeper knows each soul by name. Ask about the locks marked ready. She will tell you where they wait." I stared at the note, reading it over and over. She, who is she? Reeves shook his head. "No idea, but there's more. We ran background checks on every name tagged with kept. All missing persons, as we knew, but we dug deeper." He spread several files on the desk. "Look at their last known locations." I leaned forward, scanning the information. Each person had last been seen in or near Oakwood Park. And the suicides, the rejected ones, I asked. That's where it gets even stranger. Each suicide occurred exactly 7 days after the individual visited Oakwood Park. The number 7, like the first number carved into the bench. The keys, I said suddenly. We need to figure out what they open. The investigation continued for days that blurred into weeks. We interviewed family members of the missing, friends of the deceased. We searched records, followed lights that faded into nothing. And all the while, those 2 identical keys sat in evidence, their purpose unknown. Until a groundskeeper at Oakwood Park mentioned an old storage shed near the northeastern corner, rarely used and nearly forgotten. A shed with a brass padlock. I stood before it now, the key in my hand, Reeves beside me. The shed was small, weathered gray wood with a slanted roof. The padlock was old, tarnished, but well maintained. "Ready?" Reeves asked. I nodded, though I wasn't, not really. The key slid into the lock perfectly, turned with a soft click. Inside, the shed was empty except for a small table. On it sat a leather-bound book and another suitcase, identical to the first. I approached slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The book lay open to a page filled with the same meticulous handwriting, names, dates, and beside each name a single word: kept, rejected, open, or ready. My grandmother's name was there, and Howard Fitch's, both with lines drawn through them now. With trembling hands, I lifted the lid of the second suitcase. Inside were more locks, dozens of them, all without tags, all waiting to be claimed. And beneath them a note, 3 words that still echo in my mind on quiet nights when sleep eludes me. Choose your candidates. I closed the suitcase, locked the shed, called for backup. The case remains open. The book contained hundreds of names dating back decades. We're still identifying them all, still connecting the dots. But sometimes, on nights when the rain taps against my window and sleep feels distant, I think about those locks, about the weight of them in my hand, about the words on those tags. And I wonder if somewhere, someone is writing my name on a tag right now, deciding which word to write beside it. Story 9, I still remember the morning light filtering through the curtains, casting long shadows across her kitchen floor. The kind of soft, golden light that makes dust particles dance like miniature galaxies. It was early April when the case landed on my desk, the Carla Mendez disappearance. 42 years old, accountant, lived alone in a modest 2-story house on Elm Street. Nothing remarkable about her life. Nothing that would suggest what was to come. The call came in on a Tuesday. Carla hadn't shown up for work for 2 days straight. No calls, no messages, just silence. Her supervisor tried reaching her multiple times before finally calling us. It's not like her, he said. Carla is reliable, predictable. Those last words would echo in my mind as I stood in her kitchen 3 hours later. Everything was in perfect order. The countertops gleamed. The dishes were washed and put away. A half-empty coffee mug sat beside the sink, lipstick stain on the rim, cherry red. A newspaper lay folded on the table, dated Sunday. The crossword puzzle was completed in blue ink, every box filled with neat, precise handwriting. But it was the small wooden hook by the door that caught my attention. 2 sets of keys hung there, side by side, identical sets. Same worn leather tag with the letter C embossed in gold. Same number of keys, same brass finish, tarnished in the same places. I stood there for several long moments, just staring at them, feeling the weight of something unseen settling in my stomach. Her purse and phone are still here. Officer Ramirez said behind me, her voice low, as if Carla might be sleeping somewhere in the house. Cars in the garage, wallet with all her cards and ID on the nightstand. I nodded, still focused on those keys. Who found her missing? Supervisor called it in, said she never misses work, never calls in sick without notice. 2 days of no-shows was completely out of character. I reached out slowly and lifted the first set of keys, feeling their familiar weight. House key, car key, office key. A small key that probably opened a filing cabinet or mailbox, nothing unusual. The second set felt identical in my hand, the same weight, the same keys, except there was one extra. A small, silver key that looked newer than the others. It didn't match anything else on the ring. "Has anyone checked the basement?" I asked, noting how the question seemed to thicken the air around us. Ramirez shook her head. Doors locked. We were waiting for the building manager to bring a key. I held up the silver key. "I think we already have one." The basement door was at the end of a narrow hallway, a simple wooden door painted white like everything else in Carla's meticulously kept home. The key slid into the lock with an ease that suggested recent use. The click it made as it turned seemed unnaturally loud in a quiet house. The darkness that greeted us felt different from ordinary darkness, heavier, more deliberate. I fumbled for a light switch, my fingers tracing the wall until they found it. A single bulb illuminated steep wooden stairs descending into a concrete space. The air that rose to meet us was cool and carried the faint scent of bleach. "Ms. Mendez," Ramirez called out. Only silence answered. We descended slowly, the wooden steps creaking beneath our weight. The basement was surprisingly clean and organized, concrete floor, white walls, metal shelving units filled with neatly labeled plastic bins. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing except the fresh patch of concrete in the far corner, approximately 4 feet by 7 feet, too rectangular, too new compared to the rest of the floor. I approached it slowly, crouching down to run my fingers along its edge. The surface was smooth but not fully cured, still slightly darker than the surrounding floor. "Get forensics down here," I said quietly, "and call for backup." It took 6 hours to excavate what lay beneath that patch of concrete. Every minute of those 6 hours, I thought about those 2 sets of keys hanging on that wooden hook, one belonging to Carla, and the other belonged to someone who knew her patterns. Someone who knew she lived alone, knew when she'd be home, knew she kept her keys by the door. Someone who had made a perfect copy with one small addition, a key to her basement. What we found beneath the concrete wasn't Carla, as we'd feared. It was notebooks. Dozens of them, sealed in plastic bags, filled with handwritten entries detailing her daily routine, her conversations, her habits. The earliest entry was dated 3 years prior. The last was from the Sunday before she disappeared. 3 weeks later, we found Carla's body in a wooded area 20 miles outside of town. The medical examiner determined she'd been dead for approximately 24 hours when she was discovered, which meant she'd been alive somewhere for nearly 2 weeks after her disappearance. Her hands showed signs of restraint. Her clothes were clean, recently changed. Her hair was freshly washed. We never found who took Carla. We never discovered who had been watching her, logging her movements, learning her patterns for 3 long years. But sometimes on quiet nights when sleep eludes me, I think about those 2 identical sets of keys. I imagine a hand reaching out in the early hours of morning, hanging a perfect copy next to the original, adding that silver key like a signature, a whisper saying, "I've been here all along, and now I want you to know it." Every time I open my own front door, I can't help but glance at my key ring, wondering if somewhere someone might have made a copy. I've changed my locks 3 times since the Mendez case, but the doubt remains, hanging there like a second set of keys on an empty hook. Sometimes I wake up at night convinced I hear the sound of a key turning in my lock, a silver key that shouldn't exist. And in those moments, lying still in the darkness, I understand what Carla must have felt when she first saw that second set of keys. When she first realized she wasn't alone. When she first understood that someone had been walking through her life, invisible, patient, watching. The case remains open. The files sit in a box on my desk, and somewhere someone still has those keys. Story 10. The worn envelope, aged and yellowed, held a fresh stamp, as if it had just embarked on its journey. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded its contents. A single sheet of paper greeted her, its message hastily typed in a crooked, hurried script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a faint dampness, carrying a lingering scent of iron. It was then that the detective's eyes fell upon the reddish smear along the bottom edge. Not ink, but blood. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensics team confirmed her suspicions the stain was human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, Rebecca Warren, a young journalist, had been found in her apartment with fatal stab wounds, her laptop missing, her notes scattered, a grim tableau hinting at a story gone awry. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until the arrival of this ominous letter at the Homicide Division. Addressed simply, it bore few fingerprints, only ghostly smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a trail to follow after months of stagnation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of the board adorned with fruitless lights and dead-end profiles. "This changes everything," she whispered to the shadows. "Our killer carries the weight of regret." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, studied the letter intently. "Or perhaps," he mused, "it's a ploy, a macabre show for our benefit." The forensics team unearthed the typewriter's distinct patterns, a relic from a bygone era. Rare yet not beyond reach, they embarked on a quest, scouring antique shops and collectors, chasing a ghost through time. As the investigation unfurled, they delved into Rebecca's life, a tapestry woven with threads of tenacity and a quest for truth. Her investigations had pierced veils of deception, exposing shadows that lurked in the corridors of power. A wealthy family, a disputed inheritance, a narrative fraught with discord and secrets. Interrogating Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed cracks in his facade, subtle tremors in the mask of grief he wore. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, his voice laden with regret. "I dismissed her concerns, and now she's gone." Amidst the labyrinth of leads, a second letter materialized, bearing the same macabre signature. The confession within spoke of secrets unveiled, of a truth too dangerous to bear. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where shadows whispered of betrayal and avarice. The eldest son, Richard, stood at the center of the storm, his polished veneer cracking under scrutiny. A revelation emerged when microscopic fibers linked the envelopes to custom stationery owned by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A clandestine exchange, a borrowed facade, a web of deceit spun with meticulous care. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a chamber of horrors, a shrine to obsession festooned with relics of Rebecca's demise. The typewriter, the blood, the damning evidence, it painted a portrait of guilt too vivid to ignore. A financial trail led to Michael, revealing a pact forged in shadows, a deadly alliance born of greed and fear. As the pieces fell into place, Eleanor's revelation pierced the veil of lies, a recording that echoed with the weight of truth. In Richard's voice, the sentence of fate was sealed. Silence her forever. Arrested in a bid for escape, Richard's protestations rang hollow in the face of overwhelming evidence. The trial unfolded, a tapestry woven with threads of deceit and redemption. Michael's testimony, packed with justice, laid bare the dark heart of the conspiracy. Richard's conviction was swift, the jury's verdict a whisper of finality in the hushed courtroom. As he was led away, a shadow of justice cast its pall over the room, a bittersweet solace for Rebecca's kin. The blood-stained letters, silent witnesses to a tale of woe, remained in their crypt of evidence, a reminder that even the most meticulous schemes unravel beneath the weight of truth, and that remorse, be it genuine or feigned, is a beacon that guides justice through the darkest of nights. Rebecca Warren's legacy endured as a lesson etched in the annals of detective lore, a testament to the power of the past in illuminating the shadows of the present. Story 11. The residence had sat untouched for what seemed like endless years, a silent witness to the passage of time. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of its eerie history, of a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a shroud of mystery that lingered in the air like a haunting melody. And now, as new occupants stepped through its threshold, they were met with a peculiar discovery: the bedroom door stubbornly locked from within. With a sense of trepidation, they forced the door open, revealing a room frozen in time. The atmosphere was thick with neglect, the scent of dust hanging heavy in the air, but amidst the stillness something felt amiss. The bed stood immaculately made, the mirror gleaming with an unsettling clarity, and on the desk a solitary candle had burned down to a mere remnant, its wax congealed in frozen tears. In the dim light, their eyes fell upon a weathered notebook, its pages whispering of secrets long held captive. Detective Morgan, a figure of quiet determination, delved into the contents of the notebook while forensic experts moved with precision, seeking answers in the silent corners of the room. The handwriting within belonged to Elise Winters, a name etched in the annals of the missing, her presence lingering like a ghost in the shadows of the room. Elise, a young soul of 26 lost to the world, had vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of cryptic writings. The final entry, penned with a fierce urgency, spoke of unseen watchers and a looming sense of dread. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words echoed in the stillness. "If something happens, know that it wasn't random." As the detective closed the notebook, sealing Elise's words within the confines of evidence, a faint scent hung in the air, a ghostly echo of a presence long departed. The landlord, a spectral figure in the doorway, murmured of checks missed and doors left unsecured, his voice tinged with a quiet desperation. Elise's life, once filled with promise and dedication, now unfolded in the meticulous strokes of her handwriting. Her pursuit of truth within the corridors of a prestigious law firm had led her down a path fraught with danger, a path that ultimately led to her disappearance. Colleagues spoke of her late nights, of secrets uncovered and truths that threatened to unravel the carefully woven tapestry of deceit. In the room where time stood still, the investigators found themselves at a crossroads of enigma. No signs of struggle marred the pristine facade, no trace of violence tainted the air. Yet beneath the surface, lies waited to be unearthed, truths waiting to be revealed. The search led them to a hidden compartment, a clandestine repository of secrets concealed beneath the floorboards. A key, a flash drive, gateways to a realm of darkness shrouded in deception. The digital whispers of manipulated data, of voices entwined in a dance of deceit, painted a portrait of corruption that spanned beyond the confines of the room. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a web of intrigue unfolded, a tapestry woven with threads of betrayal and greed. The shadow of Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and power, loomed large over the narrative, his hands stained with the blood of the innocent. The truth, a fragile whisper in the winds of justice, found its voice in the silent testimonies of the past. Elise's legacy, a beacon of light in the darkness, guided the hands of justice towards a reckoning long overdue. In the courtroom, the echoes of a life extinguished resonated through the hallowed halls of justice. Elise's mother, a figure of quiet strength, spoke of her daughter's unwavering quest for truth, her spirit forever enshrined in the room she had left behind. The house, a silent sentinel of secrets, stood as a testament to the power of one woman's courage, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, justice will find its way home. And as the whispers of the past danced on the wind, the house remained a beacon of remembrance, a solemn tribute to a life cut short but never forgotten. Story 12, the old apartment held its secrets, pipes murmuring, floorboards whispering stories of their own. But the new tenant, attuned to the subtle rhythms of the building, sensed something more. The footsteps, deliberate and unwavering, echoed from above, a mysterious dance on the ceiling of her top-floor abode. One night, emboldened by curiosity, she tapped the broomstick against the ceiling. The sound ceased, leaving a pregnant hush in its wake. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the very structure above her head. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, kept the knocking episode to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building, or perhaps a curious critter exploring the hidden spaces. Despite the nightly cadence of footsteps above her, she adapted, seeking solace in louder TV volumes and headphones, a shield against the methodical footfalls tracing unseen paths across her ceiling in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris's interest was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a clandestine crawlspace during routine repairs. A water leak outside Sarah's apartment led to the discovery of an illicit passage concealed behind a section of drywall, defying the building's blueprints. Within this hidden realm, a makeshift living quarter emerged under the beam of a flashlight, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small journal. The superintendent's call summoned the police, and Detective Morris, along with his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker shaken, his face drained of color. "Someone dwelled within the walls," he muttered, the words tinged with fear. "Someone watched." The journal chronicled intricate details of Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, visitors, dining preferences, and even her most intimate habits. Neat penmanship gave way to erratic scrawls, strange symbols adorning the margins. "The subject resists my influence," the final entry lamented. "She defies me. No one defies me." Forensic experts scoured the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that eluded all databases. A labyrinth of passages, some dating back decades, intertwined within the building's walls and ceilings, connecting to 5 apartments but culminating in concealed observation points, tiny apertures camouflaged as fixtures within a single unit, Sarah Coleman's. Current residents claimed ignorance of anything amiss, attributing the noises to typical apartment living. Past inhabitants painted a different picture. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment recounted feeling a pervasive gaze or hearing inexplicable movements. One fled after a mere fortnight, their experiences left unvoiced for fear of sounding paranoid. The puzzle unraveled with the revelation of microscopic blood traces in one of the clandestine passages, matched to Martin Weaver, a former inhabitant who vanished without a trace 4 years prior. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Recalling Martin's grievances about noises from above and a confrontation with Edward, a taciturn neighbor who abruptly vacated the premises, Detective Morris revisited the cold case. Edward's nomadic past, marked by quiet exits from top-floor apartments in various buildings, unveiled a chilling pattern. A neighbor remembered Edward as intense, fixated on silence, a trait echoing across his transient abodes. A remote cabin possessed by Edward Mercer, former construction worker, with a penchant for renovations, revealed a macabre tableau. Walls adorned with photographs and notes of apartment residents, including Sarah and Martin, detailed schematics of ventilation systems and weak points in structures, journals chronicling specimen observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard displaying missing persons reports, 6 of them former residents of Edward's past dwellings. Beneath the board, gouges marked the floor, hinting at a grim ritual. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, unearthing human remains layer by layer. As forensic anthropologists wrestled with the grim task of identification, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces were sealed, reports persisted of sporadic noises. During the installation of enhanced security measures, a discovery awaited the corner where ceiling met wall harbored a new journal, its pages echoing the previous one. A single line on the first page forewarned, "They discovered my old sanctuary, but not my new one." The final page bore a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, a crimson trail marking a fresh passage, slated for that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her dwelling deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television still murmuring in the background. Steam had clouded the bathroom mirror, unveiling a cryptic message fingered onto the glass. "Look up." An open ceiling panel above the shower beckoned attention. The pursuit of Edward Mercer persists, a shadowy figure blending into the urban tapestry. Thermal scans of Sarah's building revealed no current occupancy within its walls. Sarah Coleman remains a phantom, her vanishing linked to a series of enigmatic disappearances spanning state lines. Authorities caution apartment managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden recesses. Amidst the haunting echoes of Sarah's footsteps overhead, Detective Morris, in moments of solitude, finds himself gazing at his ceiling, attuned to the silent vigil of unseen eyes. And in those quiet hours, he wonders who else might be listening, waiting, hidden in the shadows of the night. Story 13, the old apartment held its secrets within its weathered walls. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, creating a symphony of aged sounds that echoed through the empty rooms. To the outside world, it was nothing out of the ordinary, just the quirks of an ancient building settling into the night. But within those walls, hidden from view, a mysterious presence lingered. It was a voice, barely a whisper, yet unmistakably distinct as it traveled through the dusty vents, reaching out to a sole listener. She heard it, that elusive voice beckoning her, calling her name in a haunting melody that sent shivers down her spine. She leaned closer, her ear pressed against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening with each faint utterance. A rush of icy air brushed against her cheek, a ghostly caress, followed by the words that seemed to dance in the shadows, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood amidst the stillness of the forsaken apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried open. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing the scene in flashes of light as they uncovered the chilling truth within those walls. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose fate had led them here, had fallen victim to a darkness that defied explanation. The echoes of her fears resonated in the scratch marks around the vent, telling a tale of desperation and silent pleas for escape. As Shaw knelt beside the vent, tracing the deep gouges left by frantic hands, she felt a chill run down her spine. The room held secrets that whispered in the air, weaving a web of mystery around the tragic fate of the kind-hearted kindergarten teacher. Alina's world had crumbled within the confines of that apartment, her once cheerful demeanor overshadowed by paranoia and dread. Her sister's trembling voice echoed in Shaw's mind, recounting the tormented days leading up to Eleanor's disappearance, the belief that unseen eyes watched her every move. The apartment revealed its secrets gradually, like pages unfurling in a ghostly tale. Fibers from Eleanor's favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside cover, and the haunting audio recordings that spoke of a presence lurking in the shadows. The history of the building held a dark legacy, a trail of lost souls who had fled its confines, driven by unseen forces and whispered nightmares. The building superintendent, Harold Weber, stood at the center of the mystery, his calm facade masking a deeper truth that Shaw sought to uncover. With each revelation, the darkness within the walls deepened, revealing a hidden passage where a phantom dwelled, watching, listening, and whispering to those who crossed its path. Shaw's investigation led her to Weber's meticulously organized files, a digital shrine to his twisted obsessions with the tenets he had preyed upon. The truth emerged in chilling clarity as Shaw uncovered Weber's lair, a storage unit filled with remnants of lives he had invaded, a collection of mementos from his victims displayed like trophies in a macabre museum of horrors. Weber's arrest brought a sense of closure, yet the whispers of the past lingered in the vacant apartment building, a spectral reminder of the darkness that had once dwelled within its walls. The residents who dared to stay reported eerie sounds, whispers that carried on the cold drafts that swept through the corridors. As the building stood silent and empty, its secrets buried within the layers of time, the echoes of a haunting presence remained, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed in the realm of dreams. Story 14: The Unexpected Package. The mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep, shrouded in intrigue. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box, a silent messenger of secrets. It was not intended for her. The name on the box was a stranger's, yet her address was correct. Ignoring it would have been the sensible choice, leaving it untouched on the porch. But curiosity beckoned, whispering seductive promises of hidden truths. She succumbed to its call. With cautious fingers, Sarah peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents within. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note bearing a simple directive: watch alone. The weight of the black plastic cassette felt oddly heavy in her hands, as if burdened by the weight of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips traced the worn edges, feeling the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke a plea for attention. As Sarah stood in her kitchen, the suburban soundscape continued its routine melody: a distant dog's bark, children's laughter in the background, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the enigma that had just entered her home, she hesitated, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her in all her years residing in the house. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long since departed, leaving behind only memories. Despite the unease gnawing at her, Sarah felt drawn to the mystery encapsulated within the VHS tape. Against her better judgment, she inserted it into her antiquated VCR. Static crackled on the screen initially, slowly sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, lending an air of haste to the scene. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice resonated, calm yet burdened. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and they will find me too." As he leaned forward, the harsh light revealed a countenance etched with weariness and apprehension, eyes haunted, stubble unkempt, hair tousled. "I am innocent, you must believe that. They framed me, planted evidence to make it seem like I committed the unspeakable crime." The camera trembled as Daniel adjusted its position, unveiling more of the Spartan room, a space devoid of comfort, transient in nature, as if awaiting imminent abandonment. "The truth is twisted," he continued, desperation seeping into his words. "I never knew Catherine Walsh until she became a tragic headline. They want you to think I am a killer, but I am a victim of their machinations." Detective Eliza Ramirez pondered the enigma before her, a series of identical VHS tapes, each bearing Daniel Whitaker's plea of innocence. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all entwined in a web of deception and betrayal. Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of uncertainty and doubt. Initially, the Walsh case had seemed straightforward: a young woman strangled in her own home, evidence pointing unequivocally towards Whitaker. Yet the emergence of the tapes unveiled a labyrinth of deceit, casting shadows over the once clear-cut narrative. Ramirez delved deeper, unraveling the threads of a conspiracy that reached far beyond a mere act of violence. With each revelation, the detective's suspicions grew. The meticulously planted DNA evidence, the rehearsed witness accounts, the conveniently corrupted security footage, all pieces of a sinister puzzle meticulously crafted to ensnare an innocent man. As Ramirez delved into Walsh's past, a startling truth emerged: she had been on the brink of exposing a pharmaceutical giant's darkest secrets. PharmaCorp, a behemoth with government ties, had concealed damning evidence of a dangerous drug's side effects, silencing dissent through coercion and deceit. Walsh's murder was no random act; it was a calculated strike to silence the voice of dissent, a warning to those who dared defy the corporate behemoth. The investigation took a precarious turn when Sarah Miller received a second package, a trove of incriminating documents that laid bare PharmaCorp's malfeasance. Clinical trial reports, internal memos, email exchanges, all bearing Walsh's digital signature, a testament to her crusade for truth. As Ramirez connected the dots, a clearer picture emerged: a whistleblower silenced, an innocent man framed, and a corporate monolith exposed. Daniel Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs led to a revelation: a former IT security specialist privy to PharmaCorp's darkest secrets. He had stumbled upon Walsh's crusade, unwittingly becoming entangled in a web of lies and deceit. As the truth unfurled, Ramirez and Sarah embarked on a clandestine mission to uncover the depths of PharmaCorp's depravity. Within Storage Unit 217 lay the damning evidence: a journal chronicling the conspiracy, Walsh's incriminating files, and detailed plans orchestrated by PharmaCorp's head of security. Justice, elusive yet inexorable, found its mark as the perpetrators were unmasked, their misdeeds laid bare for the world to see. As the dust settled, Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of the past seeking redemption. Charges dropped, innocence affirmed, he stood before Sarah, a silent testament to the power of fortitude and resilience. "Why me?" she inquired, seeking solace in the chaos that had upended her world. "The algorithm chose you," Whitaker replied, weariness etched in his gaze. "You were the key to unlocking the truth, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. The wrong address led to the right destination, guiding us towards justice." And so the VHS tapes stood as silent witnesses to a saga of deception and redemption, a reminder that truth often arrives in unexpected guises, waiting for a curious soul to unveil its mysteries. In the stillness of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of a whispered truth lingered, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. Story 15. The hotel had a worn charm, a relic of a bygone era where time seemed to stand still. It was a place where transient souls sought refuge for a night, seeking respite from their journeys. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered, his voice tinged with an unspoken warning. Intrigue stirred within her, pulling her towards the mystery shrouded in silence. That evening, amidst the hushed corridors illuminated by flickering lights, she found herself drawn to the forbidden door. The brass handle sent shivers down her spine, its icy touch sending a chill through her being. To the naked eye, the door appeared no different from its companions, blending into the nondescript hallway. Yet when she leaned in close, a subtle sound reached her ears, a soft, rhythmic breath that seemed to beckon from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, her mind still clouded with dreams as she ventured beneath the yellow tape marking the threshold of the crime scene. The air was heavy with the unmistakable scent of iron, a metallic tang that spoke of tragedy. Blood had seeped into the fibers of the carpet, staining it a dark hue that mirrored the somberness of the night. The room itself was a paradox, a pristine bathroom juxtaposed with a scene of horror that unfolded before her. A young woman lay motionless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo of sorrow. Her vacant gaze was fixed on the ceiling, a silent witness to the violence that had shattered her existence. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the delicate balance of evidence that surrounded her. The forensic technician spoke in monotone, capturing the grim reality through the lens of his camera. The third one this season, the same signature left behind. Silence enveloped Reed as she absorbed the details before her. The victim's attire spoke of elegance, a stark contrast to the humble surroundings of the forgotten motel. A designer handbag sat open, untouched, a silent testament to a life abruptly extinguished. This was no random act of violence. A deeper motive lurked in the shadows, driving the hand of the perpetrator. The hotel manager lingered at the doorway, his features etched with a mixture of fear and sorrow. "She arrived alone, paid in cash, I never imagined." His voice trailed off, weighed down by the burden of guilt. "She was discovered by the maid, going about her routine." Reed's keen eyes scanned the room, searching for clues that might unravel the enigma before her. No signs of a struggle, no defensive wounds to speak of. The victim had either welcomed her fate willingly or recognized her assailant. Back at headquarters, Reed pieced together the puzzle, pinning photographs to the board that connected the dots of a chilling narrative. As the days blurred into one another, the investigation delved deeper into the shadows. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, offering only glimpses of the victim's final moments. Elaine Werner, a woman of precision and caution, found herself ensnared in a web of darkness that defied logic. A breakthrough emerged when Reed unearthed whispers of a clandestine romance that Werner had kept hidden from the world. In a heart-wrenching interview with Werner's sister, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. She mentioned a man from her workplace, someone she referred to as a complicated figure, shrouded in secrecy. Reed's intuition sharpened as she pursued this elusive lead, tracing Werner's steps back to her professional realm. Colleagues painted a portrait of Werner as a consummate professional, her personal life veiled in mystery. Yet a solitary business card tucked away in a desk calendar unveiled a shadowy figure, Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson exuded charm and poise, his facade flawless under scrutiny. But the truth lay hidden beneath the veneer of respectability. Forensic evidence linked Emerson to the crime, unraveling a tapestry of deceit and obsession. The courtroom became a stage for justice, a cathartic reckoning for the families left behind in the wake of tragedy. Emerson's stoic demeanor faltered, revealing the emptiness that lurked within a void where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a tale that captured the imagination of armchair detectives and scholars alike. Yet for Reed, the echoes of that fateful night lingered like a haunting melody. She walked the corridors of hotels, counting doors and wondering about the stories concealed behind each one. In the confines of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, each a silent witness to the darkness that dwelled within human hearts. They stood as a reminder that some doors once opened could never be shut, their secrets forever etched in the annals of time. And as the world drifted into slumber, the mysteries of the night whispered their lullaby, beckoning weary souls to surrender to the embrace of dreams. Story 16. Renovations always reveal hidden treasures, some stranger than others. Old newspapers, forgotten photographs, broken trinkets, all whispering secrets of the past. But when Sarah and Michael decided to lift the floorboards in their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they never expected to uncover a folded letter tucked beneath the wood, waiting to be found. The paper was fragile, the ink faded, but the message remained stark: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could process the cryptic warning, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued and unsettled, they called upon Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator known for unraveling enigmatic mysteries with her partner by her side. As Reed arrived at the scene, the exposed floorboards revealed a hidden chamber below, a dark void begging to reveal its secrets. With hands weathered by years of handling evidence, she delicately retrieved the note, already tainted by the touch of the bewildered couple. Reed studied their expressions closely as they recounted the eerie knocking, a genuine fear etched in their eyes. Background checks on Sarah and Michael yielded nothing suspicious, just a pair of newlyweds with good credit and stable jobs. However, the house harbored a more intricate past, previously owned by the enigmatic Hargrove family for generations. Following the death of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, the house stood empty for 2 years, cloaked in a veil of mystery. Neighbors painted Margaret as a reclusive yet amiable widow, her passing attributed to natural causes by the coroner. Despite the lack of foul play, an unsettling aura lingered around the house, intensifying with the discovery of the hidden letter. Forensic analysis dated the note back 2 decades, hinting at a time of distress and uncertainty. Reed delved deeper, scouring county records and interviewing acquaintances of the Hargroves, unearthing fragments of a chilling narrative. Franklin Hargrove, an esteemed teacher with a penchant for woodworking, was described as a troubled soul in his final years. Whispers of paranoia and a lurking presence haunted his days, leaving a trail of unanswered questions in his wake. A breakthrough emerged during Reed's conversation with Margaret's frail sister, who whispered of a shadowy figure known as the Collector. Franklin's gambling debts had ensnared them in a web of fear, culminating in a chilling revelation that would shake the foundations of the old Victorian home. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed embarked on a meticulous search, uncovering a grim truth hidden beneath the floorboards. A male skeleton, bearing fractures and wrapped in plastic, emerged as a haunting specter of the past. Further excavation exposed the identity of the long-lost figure Victor Mercer, a notorious loan shark and enforcer for an illicit gambling ring. Vanished without a trace 2 decades prior, his fate lay entwined with the Hargroves in a tale of desperation and betrayal. Margaret's diaries, concealed in the attic, served as a haunting testimony to the horrors she endured, shielding a dark secret with unwavering loyalty. The truth unfurled through meticulous examination, painting a portrait of a family torn asunder by greed and deception. Justice, though delayed, found its mark as Victor Mercer's remains were laid to rest, bringing closure to a chapter of shadows and deceit. Sarah and Michael, burdened by the weight of the house's dark legacy, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and steeped in whispers of the past. Local lore whispered of spectral knocks in the dead of night, a chilling echo of a bygone era refusing to fade into obscurity. Detective Reed, in her final report, mused on the enigmatic nature of unresolved mysteries where truth and illusion intertwine in a dance of uncertainty. The note, now a relic of a haunting past, lingered in evidence storage, a silent testament to the cautionary words, "Don't trust the one who knocked." The identity of the true malefactor, whether Mercer, Franklin, or an unseen specter, remained a mystery veiled in shadows, a reminder that some secrets are destined to remain buried in the depths of memory. Story 17. In the quiet of the night, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. Wrapped in a plain envelope, it held a solitary brass key, weathered by time. Sarah felt a strange familiarity with the key, though she couldn't place why. With a sense of curiosity tinged with unease, she tried the key in every lock she owned, but none would turn. It did not belong to her. Perplexed, she placed it on her coffee table, and as she did, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite being broken for years. Sarah, unsettled by the strange occurrence, reported it to the authorities. What seemed like a mere oddity soon unraveled into a chilling mystery that gripped the once serene suburban neighborhood. The responding officer, initially dismissive, took the key as evidence, more to placate Sarah than out of genuine concern. Little did he know that this seemingly insignificant key would unlock a dark and twisted tale. Detective Robert Harmon of the Special Victims Unit received the case file, his experienced eyes immediately sensing that there was more to this than met the eye. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet deeply disturbing. Background checks on Sarah revealed no red flags. She was a retired teacher, a widow with no criminal history. The forensic team found only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, and the envelope revealed no clues beyond a generic postmark. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper into the key's origin. Running its unique pattern through the department database led to a chilling discovery, a link to a cold case from 7 years ago involving a storage unit filled with horrors. The key matched the one found in that storage unit, a place of unspeakable nightmares with blood-stained carpets and haunting photographs of unidentified women. As the investigation unfolded, Sarah's sense of safety crumbled. She fortified her home with new locks and a security system, haunted by the question of why the key had been sent to her. The search for the key's sender intensified, leading to a disturbing revelation about a man named Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's with a dark past hidden behind a facade of normalcy. Jenkins, elusive and meticulous, had left a trail of darkness in his wake. The discovery of a hidden room filled with brass keys marked with names and dates hinted at the extent of his heinous crimes. Behind his mother's cabin, buried secrets and human remains bore witness to the horrors he had inflicted, the true scope of which sent shockwaves through the community. The manhunt for Jenkins gripped the nation, culminating in a tense standoff in the wilderness. Jenkins, unwilling to face justice, ended his own life, leaving behind a journal detailing his atrocities and a final message to Sarah, a chilling reminder of the darkness that had lurked so close to her ordinary life. The case, with its harrowing revelations, left a scar on the community and on Sarah, who could never return to her home, forever changed by the proximity to such evil. The silent brass keys in the evidence locker stood as a solemn reminder of lives lost and the darkness that can hide behind a mask of normalcy. As the world grappled with the horror of Jenkins' crimes, researchers sought to unravel the mind of a predator, hoping to prevent such tragedies in the future. And in the stillness of the night, the keys remained, silent witnesses to the devastating truth that sometimes the most unspeakable horrors lie hidden behind the facade of everyday life. Story 18. The old wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, a subtle movement that drew her focus. Kneeling down, she traced the edges with her fingertips, sensing the hidden gap beneath. The floor betrayed its secrets, urging her to investigate further. Delicately, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, slender space beneath the house. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, her eyes gradually adjusted to reveal the contents within. A mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a worn notebook adorned with pages inscribed with a single name her own. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the scene as she peered into the abyss beneath her new abode. Beyond the mere discovery of a hidden room, Sarah's eyes reflected a deeper fear, a sense of violation that tainted what should have been a fresh beginning. "Do not disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice resonated calmly yet firmly. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling more of the concealed chamber. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing moments of Sarah's daily life, walking to her car, entering buildings, conversing with friends. A shrine of obsession meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of a solitary man named Walter Green, who had departed without any kin. The property had sat vacant for months before finding its way onto the market, described as charming and in need of minor refurbishments. No mention of the hidden secrets lurking beneath had been made during inspections or the sale. "I never crossed paths with him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors claimed he kept to himself. I was under the impression that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." Crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment thudding against the wooden floors as they entered. They meticulously documented and extracted the mattress, chair, and notebook from the hidden chamber. Forensic analysts uncovered numerous fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green scattered throughout the space. Their disquiet heightened as they pieced together a timeline of Walter's clandestine obsession with Sarah. Utility records and dated photographs indicated he had been surveilling her for at least 3 years before his demise. He had shadowed her at community events, at the grocery store, and even at the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah had remained blissfully unaware of his presence. The fixation likely progressed beyond mere fantasy, the department psychologist explained during a debriefing. The hidden room suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took a chilling turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center maintenance department. Fidgeting nervously, the man revealed, "Walter used to mention her, said she reminded him of someone. I assumed it was just the ramblings of an old man with a crush." "I never imagined." "Did he ever discuss any plans involving her?" Reed inquired. "Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat, something about how she belongs with me." "I dismissed it as idle talk," the coworker confessed. Reed secured a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, unveiling a key that led them to a storage unit registered under his name. The metallic door creaked open, revealing a meticulous replica of Sarah's former apartment furniture, decor, and even a mannequin resembling her. Most unsettling was a calendar marking a date just a week after Walter's death, circled in red with the word "together" inscribed upon it. Walter's past revealed a history of institutionalization due to an obsession with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania. Released and living uneventfully for decades, it was Sarah who reignited his dangerous fixation. Spread across the conference table at the police station, crime scene photos painted a haunting picture. In his mind, he believed they shared a special bond destined to be together, Reed explained. Is there a chance she unknowingly triggered this fixation? A fellow detective pondered. Reed shook her head. Sometimes these obsessions require only a fleeting interaction, a smile, prolonged eye contact. For someone with his history, that could be ample. Sarah opted to sell the house, the shadows of the past haunting her every step. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, enveloped in a shroud of unease. I cannot shake the thought of what might have transpired if he had lived longer, she whispered. If I had not noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful gaze, unaware of the secrets concealed beneath my very feet? Following Walter's demise, the case was closed, classified as stalking with intent to abduct, although the abduction never materialized. Sarah relocated, altering her routines and safeguarding her personal information. Detective Reed occasionally checked in, a silent acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had escaped becoming another tragic statistic. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to its dark history. The hidden chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life carried on, yet for those privy to the truth, the room beneath the floor served as a chilling reminder of unseen perils, of monsters who evade capture, and of victims who unknowingly skirted the edges of their own demise. Story 19. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded snapshots, memories frozen in time. Sarah Winters discovered the box of family photos tucked away in her mother's attic, a treasure trove of nostalgia that soon turned into a haunting mystery. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, a dark figure lurked in the background of each photograph. A man, shrouded in shadows, stood just beyond the glow of the celebration, unnoticed by all but Sarah. With each passing photo, he inched closer, a silent presence that sent shivers down her spine. Cleaning out her mother's attic after the funeral, Sarah came across the box labeled Memories. What should have been a comforting journey down memory lane turned into a descent into darkness. The first photo revealed the figure as a mere silhouette at the edge of the frame, a subtle intrusion during a childhood birthday party. As Sarah continued to sift through the photos, the figure grew bolder, moving from the periphery to the heart of the gatherings. No one in the pictures acknowledged his presence, yet he loomed ominously in the background, a phantom from the past haunting Sarah's present. Disturbed by the discovery, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the mystery that unfolded before her eyes. But his denial only deepened the sense of unease. How could a stranger infiltrate their cherished family memories without anyone noticing? Desperate for clarity, Sarah turned to Detective Marcus Reed, laying out the evidence before him like pieces of a chilling puzzle. The rain tapped against the windows of the precinct as the detective studied the photos, his experienced gaze tracing the progression of the mysterious figure through the years. With each photo meticulously examined, a pattern emerged, a sinister presence weaving through the joyous occasions captured on film. The detective's skepticism wavered as he realized the gravity of Sarah's discovery, a ghostly figure moving with purpose through the shadows of the past. The investigation took a macabre turn when additional photos revealed the figure's presence in other family gatherings, a spectral specter haunting the margins of each memory. Enhanced images unveiled hidden details, a scar, a ring, a reflection that led to a chilling breakthrough. Dental records linked the figure to Robert Keller, a long-missing maintenance worker with a dark history of child abductions. Keller's trail of terror intersected with the timelines of the family gatherings, exposing a web of unspeakable crimes that had remained hidden for decades. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Sarah confronted the chilling truth that her childhood celebrations had unwittingly intersected with a predator's path. The shadows in the photos held the key to unlocking a chain of unsolved mysteries, bringing closure to families scarred by loss and uncertainty. The final revelation came with the discovery of human remains near one of the vacation properties, DNA confirming the identity of a long-lost child. The figure in the photos, once a spectral presence haunting Sarah's past, was now a symbol of justice, served a hidden threat unmasked by the relentless pursuit of truth. Alone in her apartment, Sarah pondered the weight of the revelations that had reshaped her understanding of the past. The photos, once cherished mementos, now stood as solemn reminders of the darkness that can lurk behind seemingly innocent moments captured on film. In the quiet of the room, Sarah placed the photos back in the box, a repository of secrets laid bare. The mystery of the figure in the photos had been solved, but the scars it left behind were etched into the fabric of her family history, a cautionary tale of hidden dangers and the enduring power of truth to bring light to the shadows. Story 20. In the dimly lit attic, hidden beneath a worn, tattered blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, its painted blue eyes staring wide and unblinking. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, brushed it off as just another forgotten relic of the past, laughing away any sense of unease it stirred within them. Little did they know, that night would mark the beginning of a haunting mystery that would intertwine their fates with the dark secrets of the Victorian house they had purchased. As they retired to bed, a sense of unease settled over them like a heavy shroud. The silence of the night seemed to stretch on endlessly, wrapping around them in an eerie embrace. And when the first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, the doll was no longer where they had left it in the attic. Instead, it sat ominously at the foot of their bed, its unblinking gaze fixed upon them, a silent sentinel of things unseen. Detective Rachel Winters, a dedicated investigator with a keen eye for the unusual, was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. The master bedroom held a chilling sight, the female victim lying in a contorted pose, her eyes wide with terror, while the male victim appeared to have met his end in a desperate attempt to flee. The scene was pristine, devoid of any signs of struggle or forced entry, leaving Detective Winters with a sense of foreboding as she meticulously documented every detail. "The positioning is deliberate," she murmured into her recorder, her voice barely above a whisper. The victim seemed almost staged, like dolls carefully arranged for a macabre display. As the investigation unfolded, a sense of unease crept in, fueled by the peculiar accounts of neighbors who spoke of shadows moving behind windows and ghostly laughter echoing through the empty halls of the house. Forensic analysis uncovered a trail of vintage fibers throughout the house, reminiscent of materials used in antique doll clothing. The absence of any tangible evidence of an intruder only deepened the mystery, leading the team to delve into the dark history of the property. Records revealed a haunting pattern of deaths under mysterious circumstances, each shrouded in strange occurrences and unanswered questions. A newspaper clipping from decades past brought to light the story of a doll maker who had once resided in the house, his tragic past intertwined with that of his deceased daughter. The final doll he crafted, rumored to hold a piece of her spirit within, bore a striking resemblance to the porcelain doll found by Sarah and Michael. As Detective Winters connected the dots, she uncovered a chilling revelation. Each victim had made alterations to the attic space, unwittingly awakening a malevolent force tied to the house's unsettling past. Old photographs hidden beneath the floorboards offered a glimpse into the dollmaker's eerie collection, with the mysterious doll appearing to move between frames, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. Infrared scans unveiled a spectral trail of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, along with an enigmatic residue that defied classification, hinting at a sinister presence lurking within the walls. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the dollmaker shed light on his dark practices, weaving a tale of forbidden rituals and bound spirits that blurred the line between the living and the dead. With no conventional suspects in sight and the evidence pointing to an otherworldly culprit, the case reached a standstill, leaving Detective Winters grappling with forces beyond her understanding. The disappearance of the porcelain doll from police custody only deepened the enigma, casting a shadow of doubt over the very fabric of reality. The house, tainted by its tragic history, changed hands once more, its secrets buried deep within the walls. The new owners, wary of the dark legacy that loomed over the attic, chose to leave it undisturbed, unaware of the unseen presence that lingered in the shadows. And so the tale of Sarah and Michael, intertwined with the haunting legacy of the dollmaker, faded into whispers and half-remembered rumors, a ghostly echo of a past that refused to be forgotten. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved case, retired into seclusion, carrying with her a silent burden of secrets best left undisturbed. As the years passed, the house stood silent and brooding, its attic a forsaken realm untouched by human hands. Yet on quiet nights when the world slumbered and the moon cast its pale light upon the eaves, a faint laughter could be heard drifting through the stillness, a reminder of the spectral presence that dwelled within the walls, waiting to be awakened once more. Story 21. The apartment had stood silent for many moons, its secrets hidden within its walls. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps some dust, a few remnants of the past. Yet one door remained stubbornly closed, a closet locked tight from within. The landlord, with a sense of unease, finally broke the seal, anticipating forgotten belongings. Instead, a chilling discovery awaited them. The walls bore witness to a struggle, etched with deep, jagged scratches as if pleading for release. In the shadowy corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of the world's darkness, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the gore or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams echoed in those desperate marks, a silent cry for help. Summon forensics at once, she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the haunting evidence on film, and gathered the records of the previous occupants. The message on the phone spoke volumes with its simple words, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nervous disposition, fidgeted nervously, sharing sparse details of the previous tenant's abrupt departure. "A quiet young woman left without a trace about 6 months past," he muttered, avoiding the gaze of the closet. No trouble stirred. Forensic analysis unveiled a grim tale within the confines of the apartment. Traces of blood intertwined with the scratches on the walls, predominantly belonging to a single individual, presumably Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after vanishing from her daily routines. Yet 2 distinct DNA profiles emerged. One remained a mystery, unclaimed by any database. The other linked to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured, scrutinizing the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man declared dead following a tragic accident, now left his genetic imprint on the closet walls. Emma's living quarters painted a portrait of an interrupted existence, neglected male, a lone coffee mug in the sink, a bed meticulously arranged. Phone records hinted at a sudden silence in her conversations with her sister, punctuated by an influx of calls from an unidentified number before her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, reported Officer Reed. She described him as intense and private, withholding his name from her confidant. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, obscured by a baseball cap, trailing Emma into her sanctuary one fateful night, unseen by prying eyes. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Shaw connected the dots. Partial fingerprints on the closet's inner doorknob bore the unmistakable mark of Derek Mercer. He orchestrated his demise, Shaw deduced, but for what purpose, and how does it intertwine with Emma's plight? The enigma deepened with the revelation of another missing person, Lynette Porter, whose disappearance intertwined with Emma's narrative. A series of clandestine visits and a familiar vehicle linked Mercer to the sinister web of deceit. In a secluded property tied to Mercer's kin, Lynette was discovered weak, emaciated, a mirror image of Emma's harrowing ordeal. "He compelled me to watch," Lynette whispered, her gaze vacant with trauma. "He insisted I witness the fate of those who tried to flee." The evidence stacked against Mercer journal entries chronicling his obsession with dominance, images of women resembling his captives, and damning footage of Emma's captivity. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions, a race against time to thwart his malevolent intentions. Psychologists delved into the abyss of his mind, uncovering a chilling desire not just for death, but for protracted suffering in confined spaces. Finally ensnared at a bus terminal, Mercer bore the trappings of a predator, armed with tools of torment and a macabre memento of his crimes. During interrogation, Mercer exuded an eerie calmness, weaving a twisted narrative of Emma's complicity in her demise. The trial laid bare his elaborate scheme of vanishing, preying on unsuspecting women who mirrored his first victim. Emma's remains were never recovered, her fate sealed within the confines of that suffocating closet, her final message a damning accusation against her captor. The courtroom rendered its verdict swiftly, condemning Mercer to a life devoid of freedom. His inscrutable smile hinted at a private satisfaction known only to him. As Lynette faced her tormentor, she proclaimed, "While he dwells in shadows, I shall bask in the light." The case reshaped investigative protocols, emphasizing the significance of personal connections and rental histories in missing person inquiries. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door as a poignant reminder in her office, a testament to the silent battles fought by those trapped in the shadows, clawing for salvation. Story 22, the ancient library faced its end, marked for demolition by the hands of progress. The workers toiled tirelessly, their efforts nearing completion when a twist of fate unfolded. A stumble, a hidden latch, and with a soft click, a secret was unveiled. The bookshelf swung open, revealing a passage shrouded in darkness, leading to a forgotten chamber untouched by time. The air within was heavy, a ghostly stillness hanging in the air, undisturbed for decades. There was no grandeur in this hidden room, only a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a stark reminder of what transpired within those walls. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message lingered, "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease, summoned the police, and what began as a routine demolition swiftly spiraled into a chilling mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, weathered by years of service, stood at the threshold, his flashlight piercing the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," he commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space, a commandment to preserve the enigma that lay before them. The library's history whispered tales of the Harrington family, once pillars of the community, who bestowed the building to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished without a trace during her college years, her absence left a void that time could not fill. Her abandoned car, a silent witness near the woods, a lingering enigma that haunted the family for years. The puzzle of her fate remained unsolved, shrouded in uncertainty and sorrow. As forensic experts combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed fragments of the past embedded in the chair strands of hair, fibers of fabric, a silent testimony to the anguish that had transpired within those walls. The walls themselves whispered secrets, traces of blood and skin etched beneath the layers of neglect. A grim revelation unfolded as the evidence pointed to a young woman's harrowing ordeal, a struggle against invisible chains. Detective Walsh delved into the labyrinth of the Harrington legacy, his instincts tingling with a sense of foreboding. The timing of the library's donation, a mere whisper in the wind, hinted at a sinister connection to Rebecca's vanishing. The threads of the investigation unraveled, weaving a tapestry of deceit and betrayal. The contractor, a puppet in Maxwell Harrington's shadow, laid the foundation for a tragedy long buried beneath the veneer of respectability. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with a dreadful certainty. The DNA unveiled a chilling truth: the captive behind the bookshelf was none other than Rebecca Harrington. Imprisoned by kin, a betrayal of trust that cut deeper than any blade. The tendrils of obsession coiled around Maxwell, ensnaring him in a web of his own making. His journal, a damning testament to his descent into darkness, his final entry, a macabre confession of a life extinguished. Confronted with the weight of his sins, Maxwell's veneer of composure shattered, revealing the true monster beneath. His motives laid bare, a desperate bid to protect his tarnished legacy at the cost of his niece's life. The echoes of Rebecca's final moments reverberated through the hidden chamber, a silent witness to a crime long veiled in shadows. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden room lay the remnants of a life cut short, a silver bracelet glinting in the darkness, a poignant reminder of a promise unkept. Maxwell's reckoning came at last, justice served cold on a platter of remorse and regret. The Harrington family, haunted by the specter of their own flesh and blood, bore witness to the final act of a tragedy long buried. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to lost souls and shattered dreams. Flowers adorned its entrance, a silent tribute to a life extinguished too soon. Rebecca's message, etched in desperation on the walls, whispered a solemn truth: "I am still here," a vow never to be forgotten, a beacon of justice in the darkness. And as the dust settled on the forgotten chamber, a sliver of closure emerged, a bittersweet coda to a tale of betrayal and redemption. Story 23. She entered through the front door, stirring up particles of dust in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, with peeling walls and furniture cloaked in sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey into a forgotten moment, except for one peculiar detail. The doors, every door she opened led her back to the same room, trapping her in an endless loop within the parlor's confines. No matter how she tried to escape, she always found herself back where she started. The only way out seemed to be the entrance she had come through, but when she turned around, the front door had vanished, leaving her with a sense of unease that lingered in the stillness of the house. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body transformed the once abandoned Victorian into a scene of intrigue and mystery. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved silently through the dimly lit rooms like specters. The house had gained a reputation among locals, a place where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers filled the air. Now it held secrets far darker than any whispered tales of the past. The initial examination suggests she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an ancient chair in the parlor, her posture serene, as if patiently awaiting someone's arrival. There were no signs of struggle, no marks of a fight. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that sent shivers down the spines of even seasoned investigators. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They stumbled upon her seated there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property abandoned and forgotten, except by those seeking thrills or mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a fascination with spaces that defied traditional concepts of design. Known for her meticulous nature and relentless ambition, the abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have undoubtedly captured her attention. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled strange acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors that seemed to lead to different places with each opening. In her final writings, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to record what she referred to as spatial anomalies. However, this equipment was nowhere to be found. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance linked to certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the levels in Morgan's body were not lethal. She wasn't someone who dabbled in recreational drugs, her boyfriend asserted during questioning. Morgan was dedicated to her research methods and wouldn't have jeopardized her perception willingly. Through digital forensics, traces of deleted messages on Morgan's phone were uncovered. Conversations with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone claiming to comprehend its enigmatic nature. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and enigmatic. "The house retains the memories of its past," one message hinted. "It seeks to reveal its truths to someone." The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, leading their professional relationship to evolve into a more personal bond. When questioned, Reeves expressed genuine sorrow over Morgan's passing. "The house has a reputation," he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and deceptive perspectives to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there was more to it, something transcending mere tricks of design. Despite his deep connection to the house's mysteries, Reeves had a solid alibi, supported by security footage showing him lecturing at a university symposium hours away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. When contacted by investigators, he divulged a long-held family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to meet their end in that house," he revealed. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always appearing at peace. The family termed it the claiming." Providing journals spanning generations, he detailed deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. The pattern was undeniable. Those who spent time within the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically referred to as the influence. Further exploration of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace. Within this hidden space, investigators discovered Morgan's missing equipment and a chamber housing artifacts from various indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric layout. At the center sat a weathered figurine, embodying a deity associated with transitional realm spaces bridging different worlds. Traces of the alkaloid found in Morgan's system were detected on these artifacts, deepening the enigma surrounding her demise. The investigation took a chilling turn when analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated the presence of another individual at the time of Morgan's passing. Partial fingerprints unrelated to Morgan or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his apartment. Mirroring Morgan's fate, he sat serenely facing the entrance, with the same alkaloid present in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that unlocked no door in his home, but seamlessly fit the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his final correspondence sent to himself as a testament to his findings, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't confine you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors laid where they always have, but a force tricks you into believing you're retracing your steps. Once you grasp the verity, you can depart at will. However, by that point, the desire to leave dissipates. The case, shrouded in mystery, remains officially open, categorized as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Yet whispers persist of phantom lights flickering within its walls on certain evenings, and of visitors who vanish without a trace. Some locals assert that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its enigmas. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves uncovered a potent and ancient force, existing within the realms between accepted realities. The ultimate truth remains as elusive as an escape within a structure where every doorway leads back to the commencement. Story 24, The Unseen Watcher. She never enjoyed venturing up there, but when the storm wreaked havoc on the roof, she had no choice. The attic loomed before her, a realm of forgotten relics cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, nestled in the distant corner, rested an ancient dollhouse, its miniature furnishings arranged with eerie precision. Yet, as she gazed into its tiny rooms, a sense of unease crept over her. The figures within were not dolls, but intricately carved replicas of her own family. Each minutely crafted figure mirroring the exact positions of her loved ones downstairs. However, one figure stood out, the one meant to represent her, standing near the attic entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the groove where the wooden figure stood. A chill raced down her spine, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This was not her childhood home. It was a temporary abode her family had recently settled into. The unfolding events began with Rebecca's urgent call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in fear, refusing to ascend the stairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the imaginings of newcomers to the unfamiliar house. But the meticulous detail of the miniature figurines caught Harmon's attention. Each tiny replica captured distinctive features of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The investigation took a dark turn when forensic experts uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. More alarming were the microscopic cameras concealed in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's activities revealed a disquieting revelation. The positions of the figures mirrored not just that evening, but past days, hinting at a meticulous observer familiar with their routines. Detective Harmon reflected, "We realized this was no ordinary stalking case. The perpetrator displayed an obsession rarely seen in criminal psychology." The breakthrough came with the discovery of a secret entrance in the pantry leading to a hidden basement space where signs of prolonged occupancy were evident. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Property records unveiled that the house had sat vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival. Interviews with neighbors provided scant information, except for one who sporadically noticed lights in the empty house. Digital forensics unveiled the transmission of surveillance data to an external server. Tracing the IP address led investigators to an apartment across town where a trove of unsettling evidence awaited. Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners, had been covertly residing in the house, monitoring the new tenants. Wells' apartment was a shrine to the Morgan family and former residents, with detailed journals documenting their every move. The most chilling revelation was a workshop filled with half-finished dollhouses representing various homes in the vicinity. The dollhouse was his nexus of control, a symbol of his possession over the properties and their occupants. During interrogation, Wells remained unnervingly composed, revealing his motive stemmed from a need to safeguard his childhood home and those within it. The psychological evaluation uncovered a delusional fixation on possession and control. Wells was charged with a litany of offenses, prompting a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws. The judge at sentencing emphasized the egregious violations suffered by the Morgan family. Wells' journals hinted at a prolonged history of covert residence in multiple homes, evading detection until Rebecca's discovery. Despite relocating, Rebecca's sense of security remained shattered, haunted by the specter of unseen watchers. The case revealed the depths of obsession and violated boundaries, prompting a re-examination of property protocols and privacy laws. As criminologists ponder the extent of Wells' unseen reign, Rebecca's words lingered, echoing in the darkness, "I fear the eyes that may still watch, moving a miniature version of me in a dollhouse yet unfound." Story 25, The Mystic House. The real estate listing had made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no trace of it. Yet when the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door revealed itself, its handle heavy and rusted. 3 of them struggled to pry it open, revealing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps descended into darkness, inviting exploration. Expecting a mere storage space, they were met with a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs of them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban residence during a wintry embrace, the darkness enveloping early as barren trees loomed against the cold heavens. The aged 2-story structure exuded character, a history whispered through its faded siding and creaking floors. Little did they foresee the depth of history hidden within the house, ready to intertwine violently with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene tape dancing in the wind as the forensics team secured the area. Mrs. Mercer's voice quivered as she recounted the chilling discovery beneath their living room floor. Connors, donning latex gloves with precision, directed the documentation of every detail in the basement before further exploration. The basement, akin to a standard bedroom in size, bore concrete walls painted a somber gray. A solitary chair stood anchored in the center, under the harsh glow of the bare bulb casting dancing shadows. Yet it was the array of photographs that seized their attention, 37 snapshots meticulously ordered by time. As they delved deeper, the investigation uncovered no forced entry, no pilfered possessions, only a violation of privacy, a theft of their sense of security. Fingerprints from previous owners adorned the space, each family preceding the Mercers having resided in the home briefly before departing at reduced prices. Interviewing the house's past occupants unraveled a disturbing pattern. Inconsistencies in records, altered blueprints, withdrawn permits all hinted at a concealed truth. The pivotal moment arrived during a conversation with the contractor who had renovated the house years ago. His denial of the existence of the basement contradicted the eerie reality. Digital forensics unveiled a trove of images documenting the lives of families past and present, all surreptitiously captured within the house. Audio files hinted at sophisticated surveillance, hidden microphones strategically placed throughout the residence. Connors ordered an extensive search, unearthing a labyrinth of monitoring devices carefully concealed within the structure. A journal penned by Edward Kelvin, the house's enigmatic builder, detailed intricate observations of each family, their routines, their vulnerabilities. Kelvin's disappearance from public records raised suspicions, culminating in the chilling revelation that he had never truly departed the house. Instead, he had ensconced himself within its hidden recesses, a phantom observer of unsuspecting families. The manhunt ended with Kelvin's discovery in a crawl space, his emaciated form a stark contrast to the shadows he had once inhabited. Delusional and detached, he viewed the families as characters in his private saga, believing them to be his rightful subjects. The families, including the Mercers, fled the property, leaving behind their possessions in a bid to escape the haunting truth. Kelvin's trial exposed the house's sinister design, crafted as a voyeuristic apparatus from its inception. Despite the property's demolition and the soil covering its secrets, the families remained haunted by the specter of intrusion, the unseen eyes that had observed their lives in intimate detail. In moments of silence, they pondered the corners of their new abodes, questioning the solitude they sought to reclaim. For the walls had borne witness to their most private moments, a reminder that some secrets lie hidden, waiting to reveal themselves in the stillness of the night. Story 26. The tale began when the new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker, moved into their Victorian manor, a stunning relic nestled among ancient oak trees. Despite the charm of the renovated interior, an old intercom system crackled mysteriously late at night. The couple dismissed it as a quirk until one fateful evening when curiosity got the best of Daniel. Pressing the button, a chilling whisper crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, Daniel turned to his wife, but she denied ever saying those words. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a potential break-in, but the unease in the dispatcher's voice hinted at something more. Daniel shared with Detective Reeves the strange occurrences with the intercom system, recounting how static turned into whispers and then full sentences. Meredith, visibly shaken, revealed they had found a hidden journal behind a wall while renovating the kitchen pantry. The journal belonged to Alina Blackwood, hinting at a dark past of suspicion and fear towards her husband, Vincent. Further investigation unveiled the chilling truth of Alina's fate. Buried beneath the garden shed, forensic analysis confirmed the remains belonged to Alina, a victim of blunt force trauma. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder, driven by his desire for silence. He had deceived everyone, crafting a narrative of Alina leaving him while she remained buried beneath the house for decades. Vincent's confession led to a swift trial where he pleaded guilty to the murder of Alina. The judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the years of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark history, sold the property after a memorial service for Alina was held in the restored garden. As the new owners removed the old intercom system during renovations, workers reported hearing static and whispers, attributing it to mere interference. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case, felt the house had found a way to reveal its secret across time. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, thanks to Alina's voice echoing through the ages. The house, now devoid of its haunted past, stood silent as Detective Reeves occasionally drove by, listening for whispers carried on the breeze, a lingering reminder of the eerie events that unfolded within its walls. Story 27. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten relics in the attic, a time capsule of memories from the house's past inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids of joyous occasions, there was one that stood out, shrouded in mystery. In the eerie stillness of the living room captured in the photo, a family unknown to Rebecca sat posed, smiles frozen in time. Yet in the background, a shadowy figure loomed, a silent observer in the dim light. As Rebecca held the photograph, a sense of unease crept over her, sending shivers down her spine. The Polaroid quivered in her trembling hands, a silent witness to the unsettling presence captured within. The family in the image exuded happiness, oblivious to the lurking danger just beyond their sight. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her, suffocating in its vast emptiness. Placing the enigmatic photo on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers in the picture sent a chill through her soul. Detective Morgan entered the scene, a weathered figure clad in a worn leather jacket, his eyes piercing through the mystery before him. With a methodical gaze, he examined the Polaroid, searching for clues in the blank void of its back. Inquiring about the previous owners, the Nelsons, he delved into the shadows of the house's past. The investigation unfolded quietly, revealing a trail of vanished families who had resided in the house over the years. The Sutherlands, the latest enigma, had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind unanswered questions and a haunting photograph frozen in time. Forensic analysis unveiled eerie details within the image, hinting at a staged setting and a hidden watcher in the hallway. The enigmatic figure, tall and cloaked in darkness, stood as a silent sentinel, his presence a chilling enigma. A pattern emerged as Detective Morgan unearthed the unsettling history of the house, each family disappearing after precisely 1 year of residency. The ghostly echoes of past inhabitants reverberated through the walls, their fates intertwined with the enigmatic architect, Samuel Whitfield. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, a macabre discovery awaited the preserved remains of the missing families, entombed in a chilling tableau of secrets. Among their possessions lay a camera, a sinister tool that had captured the unsuspecting families and their unseen observer. As the investigation deepened, a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a chilling truth, a journal detailing Samuel Whitfield's twisted observations of the families, culminating in a chilling revelation of Rebecca's imminent fate. Seeking safety in a hotel under police protection, Rebecca found herself haunted by mysterious calls in the dead of night, the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera echoing through the darkness. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield lingered, his presence a spectral specter watching from the shadows. The house stood silent, its windows darkened, a monument to the secrets buried within its walls. The elusive architect remained a phantom of the past, his legacy of vanished families and chilling photographs a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked within. As the investigation continued, the truth remained elusive, shrouded in shadows and unanswered questions. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield lived on, a haunting presence in the whispers of those who dared to seek the truth behind the man in the photograph, a silent watcher waiting in the darkness.